Hey, how's it going? Welcome back to the stream. How's that music sounding? I noticed a lot rewatching the last stream that sometimes the music was unnoticeable, like impossible to hear, or probably way too loud. So if you're here, let me know if the audio is good or not. How's everyone's day going? And how I should intro this is how I mean to intro this. Hello, Storytellers. Welcome back. Welcome back to another stream. It's good to see you. Good to have you here. Yeah, we have some fun things planned today. We have ranking TV pilots planned. We have a short film to write for class. So that's gonna be a good section. We got a lot doing today, a lot to do today. My day's been going all right. I just came back from a couple hours ago. I had my art history class, and which is interesting. We got into some Christian art history, which is a lot of art history. There's a lot of Christian art, and so it's very interesting. It's interesting the way they teach it, but I understand because of how the class is and also just how the world is when it comes to Christianity. But anyway, that class was good. It's a beautiful day out today, although I think in where I'm at, there was a fire or something, which I hope not, but when I walked out of my class, the whole city or town was full of smoke and smelled really bad, and it was all the way driving or riding my bike back here. So anyways, other than that, beautiful day, and let's not waste any more time. Let us jump right into what we need to get into today, which is our New York Times word games. Heyo, let me get some good battle music going on here. How's this sound? There we go. All right, let's get this Wordle done. As always, we're going to start with Dequar. Nope, we're going to start with stare. Okay, hey, this is why I do stare. Get that RSTLNE Wheel of Fortune rules. You know what I'm saying? Hope that music is at an okay level. I'm gonna see how that sounds. Okay, stare. We could probably get this in 2. I got yesterday's in 2, and I'm not joking with you. I'll show you the picture after this. Please, too much. East, something east. Oh, the A can't go there, but least, or ish, leash. The A can't go there. Dang it. Apple. I always go apple, and it's never allowed. Lasso. Leish. Undertale music is unmatched. Let's see. Mashal. It can't be Asm. It could be something like that. Easel. Keep going back to please, I know. I guess that is a plural. You know what? I don't think this is the right answer, but we'll go for it because it's going to give us more information. Okay. All of those are still wrong. Well, not what I was hoping for there. Let's just keep going. Please. This is interesting. Esque. I'm trying to think if it's something esque, Blask. No. Yeah, the positioning is really interesting. Easy money. Easter. Let's see. It could start with an A. Ascend. That's not how you spell ascend, but it's closer. Asek. Ashen. I mean, that works still. Oh my goodness, what a weird word. Wait, hold on a second. First of all, get the success. Is that coming through? Yeah, that's coming through. Boom. First one out of the way in 3, which was better than last stream. What is ashen meaning? A pale gray color of ash. Huh. It's a color. Ashen. Cool. First one done. Let's move right on to our mini crossword. Oh yeah, I was going to show you how yesterday I got it into. Hold on, let me not go to Google. Let me pull up the proof, because, you know, if you didn't take a picture, it didn't happen. Look at this. Hold on. Look right here. Stare. Got almost all of them into crest. 2. Almost got that today. Not quite. But anyways, let's get our mini crossword in. And let's make sure you can see it first and foremost, because that might be enjoyable to see the screen, you know. I'm just thinking out loud here. Whoop. Yeah. Cool. Mini crossword. Let's get into it. Oh wait, we already listened to that music. Where's some we need some. There we go. Nice and upbeat. Alright, say whether you'll go. RSVP. Classic. Fitting game for Chip, Jack, and Betty to play. Blackjack, Black Betty, Black Chip. I don't know if that's correct. This isn't a connections. Acid. Basic. You could have a basic acid or an acidic base. Maybe. Placid acid. Beginning of a joke is the setup. Mix as a salad. We're actually going to talk about joke setups today. Mix as a salad. Toss. Yes. Doomed Shakespeare lover. Romeo. Short comedic performances. Skits. Plant Trident. Toxic clouds. Venus. Flytrap. Smells like rotten eggs. Ew. Support with up. Prop up. And then you have I'm never going back. The past is in the past, let it go. Elsa. Boom. A minute 12. So like clockwork. Also, I didn't set my soundboard back up. Whoops. Success. Once again. Minute 12. That's pretty good. Let's look at what these other ones were. Amino acid. Oh, I do remember learning about that. And then fitting game for Chip, Jack, and Betty to play. Poker. I'm not familiar with the reference, but alas, we got it anyway. Straight on to connections. Whoa. Let's see. We got a couple things here as always. Let's take a look at what we got going. Okay, we got bell, we got refrain, speed, chorus, bridge, hubris, darling, hearts, hook, avoid, hero, cease, spoons, pan, abstain, and tragedy. Okay, here we go. Immediately what I see is bridge, chorus, and refrain as all parts of a song. And the fourth part of that song would be, could it be the hook? maybe? Abstain, hero. I don't know enough about music. The bell, the chorus, the refrain, and the bridge all seem like things that go with that, but sometimes they like to throw in red herrings too. Just shout out what you see here if you see anything. Hey Noah, how's it going? I did a new thing with the text, so maybe we could have it over the background with the books. We'll see how we feel about that. Yes, bridge, refrain, chorus. What could the other be thing? Peter Pan movie group. Yeah, so I do see Belle, like Tinkerbell, Hook, Captain Hook, Peter Pan. And then, oh, Moira Darling. Okay. Yes, the Darling family, or Wendy Darling. Cool. That's sounds like a good category. Good eye there. Chat looks good to me. Good. Nice. How's your day going, Noah? How are things? Okay, we got our Peter Pan stuff. Hearts, avoid, speed, chorus. Also, how's the music level sound? Shout out if it's a good level, too loud, too quiet. We're trying to groove out here. Okay, we got our L here. Refrain, bridge, chorus, and what is spoons? I mean, I know what spoons are. You don't have to tell me, but well, we have another one here that I'm seeing. We have cease, abstain, avoid, and ooh. See, now I'm starting to think that maybe we do have a red herring with our music thing. Yeah. I'm starting to think we do have a bit of red herring with our music thing, because refrain goes really well with avoid and like to not do something. So I wasn't going crazy, but the question is then, where does like bridge and chorus go if not related to music? I don't know. We have these, and then we have the Peter Pan one. So we are left with hubris, bridge, tragedy, hero, spoons, speed, and hearts, and chorus. Cool. I'm seeing like, okay, tragedy and hubris, hearts and like hero all feel like they go together for me, just because of like storytelling kind of stuff. It'd be funny if it was storytelling related. And that leaves us with bridge, spoons, chorus, and speed. Which I don't know how those go together, but I say we try that and then see where we go from there. See if that is a good way to follow. No, one away. Dang it. Okay. Speed, chorus. Chorus could actually go better with the other one. So let me try hearts. Yes. Oh, dang it, but that's the green? Yeah, I always just assume that the hardest one is the one that I find last, but maybe I should have waited a little more. Musical group theme? Maybe. Okay, we got hubris, tragedy, chorus, and the, what was the other thing that we said? Hero? Elements of Greek drama. Okay, yeah, because I was literally thinking of the Odyssey, and how Odysseus's hubris often gets in his own way, as it usually does. So I'm gonna say that Pan, Bell, Darling, and Hook. Again, the first one we found is the purple one. Maybe I just need to start doing the first one first, because 2 streams in a row that has been the purple one. And we get Desist. Great, awesome, did it again. Not in the order we wanted to, but you know what? That is neither here nor there. One more game, Strands. I'm hoping it's not another orange door hinge situation. Okay. Draft picks. So I'm thinking football. I'm thinking sports. I'm thinking something along those lines. You know what I'm saying? Let's just start trying stuff. So, tots, like tater tots, perfect. Purple. No, kind of looks like purple. I'm not seeing any double O's, so I'm guessing it's not, like, the word football isn't just on the screen. Reset. Oh, reset. All right, this music is epic, but is a little extreme for what we're doing here. All right, let's see. Reset isn't it, but that could be something. Rib, Lowry, like Lowry, lower. Draft picks. I'm trying to think, because sometimes they do really weird stuff with like word game. They play mind games, these guys. Regard. Bra. I really hope it's not like last names of athletes, because I'm gonna struggle on that. Bach. Oh no. Is it actually last names of something? Bach feels like a last name to me. Am I crazy? Chat, do you know if this is like, is that a famous like athlete's last name or something? Help me out. Torn. Oh gosh, this is gonna be a pain if I don't know the last names. Let me look for the word names, because if I find the category and it says last names or sports names, then I'm gonna be in trouble. Sporter. Maybe Porter. Yeah, I'm worried that that's what it is. Lowry. Rory. Well, that's okay. We can just like kind of guess names, you know. Also, I'm trying these new headphones to maybe make the music sound better, but they kind of come out of my ears really easy. I might have to switch back to the AirPods. Micah. I'm seeing Porter and Bach, and then something here like Sori or Railry. Lenig, Regrail me with your best stories. Stop this madness. Prel. I really am just like absolutely guessing names at this point. Why did I give up on the name thing? Names. Ports. Let's crank that up a little bit. Nice. Pure. Liberty. Carlos. Could be Carlos like this. No. What's weird is they never actually, like, even though it allows you to, I've never seen any word that, like, actually crosses over the line like this, you know? It's kind of strange. Prutots. Stopry. Byron. Lyron. Soren. Soren's a good ride at Disney. Or maybe it's overhyped, I don't know. How do we feel about Soren? Sour. Okay. Bach. Porter. Sour. Nitro. Now I'm starting to think that these aren't last names, but I'm not familiar enough with the Regalry. Regalry. I feel like whatever this is, whatever this connects to is the spanogram. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna change to my Bluetooth headphones because that's not working for me, dog. It just keeps jumping out of my ear socket. Let's try that. There we go. Hopefully it doesn't sound too weird. And if it does, whoops. Whoa, that is loud. Cool. All right, we got 4 out of 8 words. Terp, pure, purin. Super could be something if there was an S and an E up here. So, sorry. We have sour, Bach, nitro, and porter. Nitro's really throwing me off. Are these like what kind of company is this? Is this like DraftKings kind of thing? Turpentine. Rob the bank. Rob Lowry. I already tried that for flowery. And there's another one right here. Bowery. Oh wait, Presto. Presto would have been nice to get. Pures. I feel like there's something with Regal here, but I could just be wrong. And it's telling me I am, but I don't want to accept that, you know? Regalers. What is a regaler? I don't know. And I want to get rid of that. Slowery. I'm gonna use a hint, guys. I'm gonna use a hint. Oh man, if I had just done Regal backwards. Whatever. Okay, so we got Jaeger. Is that how you pronounce that? Am I crazy? Lager? Jaeger? Why do I feel like that's something? Torture? No. Toter. We need something stronger. Putots. Stop. Pots. Seeing another hint. Stout? Man, this is, again, we have 2 words left and we still haven't found the category word. That's really sad. Anyways, I won't cry too hard. I could just figure it out. Micro transactions. Micro something. Microsis. Guys, I think I found the word. It's literally was in front of us the whole time. It's McKerner Rilabrewery. Yeah, exactly. Lowry. By low. This is ridiculous. Pilsner. Gosh. Microbrewery. I would never know. I would never know. I'd use 3 hints for that. That is a shame. Microbrewery. Sour. I'm guessing these are ways you can have, or types of drinks, or... Gosh. Oh well. Strands has kicked my butt once again. Made me feel like an absolute fool. Ooh. Well... we tried the chat on that one, and doesn't look nearly as good. Let me try something. And see how it goes. Well, that sort of is it. Hold on. Let me get rid of you. But then you can't see it. I mean, it kind of works. A little bit. Oh, but if I move it at all, it doesn't work. Weird. I promise I won't spend so much time on these stream elements again. Just bear with me. These are the problems that we're trying to fix here. Because we want to see our chat, you know? You want to see it. Don't you? I want to see it. Hey, wait a second. There we go. Oh wait, I only changed it on mine. Save. Okay, it did delete it, but when you chat again, it will come up and it will be nice to look at, I promise. Yes. We completed our word games for today. Excellent. Good little warm up there. What is next on the agenda? What do I want to talk about? I guess I'll just tell you the agenda for today. What we're going to do is here in just a second, I am going to give you a quick movie review of a movie I watched last night. We are going to then write a short film, and I'm going to give myself 1 hour to write this short film, and it's assignment for class. Which sounds boring, but it's fun, trust me. And then once we get that done, we are going to rank on a tier list, TV pilots, S tier to F tier. And this is to help with our show brainstorming, really figure out like what makes a good TV pilot, what really brings it to life and gets people going on it. And then after that, we will read our book, start reading Sense and Sensibility. I'm very excited for that. And yeah, that is exactly what we're going to do. How's the track season been? The track season has been good. I saw your comment on that. I didn't see it on this overlay, which concerns me. Why don't you do what I want you to do? Please. I'm just gonna recopy that. We'll see. Here, let me test it. It's been good. Okay, we'll see if that pops up in a second, and then if it does, yay. Hey, there it is. It's been good. Cool. Yes, track season's been good. I just ran a meet this past weekend on Saturday, and that was fun. I ran the 2 events. I ran the 1500, which for you American folk who aren't into track, that's like a mile. It's almost a mile. And then I ran the 800, which is a half mile. And it honestly went pretty good. Let me give us some music here. The mile, the 1500 was really great. I ran a personal best, which is awesome. Doesn't happen every day. But I really felt like that was a strong race. And then for the 800, that was not a personal best. It was not as good, but because of how the meet was structured, it was honestly a pretty short meet relatively, because usually track meets last like all day long. This was only the span of a few hours, and so the time I had to rest between running an all-out mile and an all-out half mile was like 90 minutes maybe. So, I've had better, I've had worse. But yeah, it was a good season, or not a good season, good meet. And then our last meet of the season is going to be not this week, but the week after. And then track season's over for me. So exciting stuff there. And yeah, that's keeping me busy. You know what I also just realized? I never put my lights in the background. Why don't we explore the space a little bit and give you some ambiance? Oh gosh. There we go. I felt like something was missing. Chat, what color should I make the lights next stream? Cool. Yes, track season's been good. Okay, now we should do our movie review, right? We should get our movie review in. What movie are we talking about today? I watched a little movie last night that you have probably never heard of, or you've never watched. And that's because it's relatively low budget. It's relatively, it's not the biggest film. And the reason I watched it is because I'm kind of doing research on what makes a good film for this type of film. The movie is Where the Red Fern Grows, which is based off the book. I have the book here. Hold on. It's over here, I swear. Here's the book, Where the Red Fern Grows. If I had reversed my screen, it would be there clearly. This is a beautiful book. Beautiful, beautiful book. Probably my favorite book of all time. But that's one of the books that, like, it would be really cool to see, like, made into a movie or to write as a movie. And so they've actually already done it, though. You know, I'm not the first one who's thought of this. They've made this movie twice now, and this is the original movie they made in 1974. We can go ahead and we can watch a trailer for it. We can watch a trailer for it, and it'll just kind of give you a vibe of the type of movie this is. But yeah, let's take a look, and then I'll give you my thoughts, and we'll rate it and review it, and that will be lovely. 1974 trailer, if there even was a trailer with it. Yeah, there's a short trailer here. Okay, let me move my screen over. Whoop. Hello. Let me say this, and is this right? Kind of, sort of, not really. Okay, let's run it. Hopefully you hear this all right.
He's a boy, Jenny. A boy ought to have a dog.
Sometimes I think God don't want me to have any.
You ain't doing your fair share.
How long you been saving this?
Long time.
You can get them dogs.
God, can't you just help me a little?
I'll let you have one whole wall of that smokehouse if you think you and them dogs can cover it.
Now, the hounds that bring back the most coonskins by morning is going to get the gold cup. Not to mention the cash pool.
Not to mention the
I don't
cash
want my
pool.
dogs winning a championship that wasn't theirs clear. So I declare Billy Coleman and his fine pair of red bones winners of the Gold Cup.
Okay,
It ain't no use,
spoiler.
Billy.
What
We
the
gotta go.
Gotta find Grandpa!
crazy spoiler. Sheesh. Sorry about that. Didn't realize the trailer was gonna spoil
both
everything.
my dogs. Why did I have to lose you too, little
Oh
girl?
my gosh. Okay, you know what? Listen. It's a great story. I will say that. You get the idea. I didn't realize that it was gonna be a spoiler-filled fest. But you know, very 1974, very low budget, I think. Here, I'll actually look up the budget. Fern Grows 1974 budget. They shot it in Oklahoma on location. There is not a recorded budget, which basically means that it had very little budget. But anyways, what do I think of this film? Well, first of all, it's about this boy, Billy, and there's nothing more he wants in the world than some real coon hounds, raccoon dogs, raccoon hunting dogs. And so it's kind of his journey getting the dogs and then training them, and it really lends itself well to being a book, obviously, because that's how it originally was. But you get a lot of these little stories in the bigger story, these sweet moments, and you really feel the Billy and little Ann and old Dan grow together. It's beautiful, and it's the first book that ever made me cry. This movie also made me cry, but for different reasons. I'm kidding. It wasn't even that bad. It was just old and low budget. I think they did, a fine job with it. I really didn't feel the connection that I felt in the books to any of the characters, but especially the dogs. And that, I think that would be like one of the hardest things of like remaking this, is that the dogs in the book can be like directed to do anything you want, because you can write them on the page, but translating that to the screen is a lot harder. And so have you seen Gone with the Wind? I have not seen the movie or read the book, but I definitely should. I will show you this one part of the movie that stuck out to me. And also I'll get rid of this because that's not what we're doing right now, but I'll show you this one part of the movie. That's like, that's just funny to me. They're all dancing. Look at this. Hold on. Look at this guy. I was just watching this in my room last night, and I was going through, seeing what was similar to the book. This man right here, I don't know who he is. I don't know how he's not a big role in the film at all, but he is the standout role for me. Sorry, that's probably really loud and annoying. I just think that his dancing is beautiful. Just the movements, the back and forth. It's something that I've never seen before and might never get to see again. This is absolute cinema, pure cinema. I know he's probably doing something with his feet, but it just looks so funny. I think he does it again. He does more of it. Hold on, let me take a look. Also, this movie is free to watch on YouTube, which also gives you a sense of how like high quality it is. But you can watch this whole movie right now on YouTube. Yeah, they keep going. They're going at it. This guy's funny too. This part was delightful to me. They're just having a good time, and they're dancing like crazy. Oh man, I shouldn't be laughing at this guy, but something about him and that how cowboy hat and how he's moving. Oh my goodness, that's the good stuff right there. Anyways, so Where the Red Fern Grows, obviously, I mean, this one didn't live up to the book. I was saying they made this movie again, and they did another version of it in 2003. So I am going to be watching that one too, just because I love the story and I want to learn more about it. But yeah, this one just didn't hit the heartstrings. You could also tell that like the actors were really struggling to like, get their lines out, or the acting wasn't where you would want it to be. And so it's like I could see the potential, and I could like feel the emotion they were going for because I read the book. but I didn't actually get that from the movie, unfortunately. So I do think I haven't rated it yet, but I think we should go ahead and rate it on Letterboxd. Let's take a look here, Where the Red Fern Grows. Hello, story time. Yes, that man is creepy. He's the funniest part of the movie to me, just because of how he wiggles around. Yeah, this is the 2003 version, but let's go ahead and rate this. See, it was on my watch list. It's always nice to knock something off of the watch list. Review or log. I watch Where the Red Fern Grows. I watched it technically yesterday. Where the Red Fern Grows. Okay. Hold on. Let me. We need some beautiful music to go with this. Where the Red Fern Grows has a beautiful story, hence why they made the movie in the first place. The bones of the book are solid and structurally sound. However, this film did not quite pack the emotional punch that I once felt reading as a boy. The acting was just okay, and the dogs felt like side characters rather than the true pinnacle that they were always meant to be. Quite right. If they had a slightly higher budget and slightly better dogs, it may have fared well. Hopefully, the 2003 one is a bit better. Rating. It's yeah, I'm sorry. It's you know, it is what it is. Whatever. That is that, and that is Where the Red Fern Grows. And that is the end of our movie review section. Yay. Let's go ahead and get that off the screen. And let's take a look at where we are headed now. Yes, now we get to the meat of what we're doing today. I am currently in a short film writing class. Like it's a writing class about short films specifically, which is cool. It's really interesting. And I do have some assignments for this class, and right now, due at 2 p.m. No, technically due at 5 p.m. tomorrow, I have to write a joke short. And what is a joke short, you ask? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to show you all today. We are going to look at the assignment. We're going to see what we're meant to do. We're going to look at a few examples of successful joke shorts, in my opinion. And then from there, I'm going to give myself an hour, and we're going to put an hour on the clock. And we're going to count down, and in an hour, I have to write a joke short. And then at the end of that hour, if we don't have a successful short film, then I'm going to turn it in and I'm going to fail. Sorry, Charlie. That's just that's just the way the cookie crumbles. But yeah, let me pull up the assignment so we can get an idea of what we're going to do here. I also want to read to you one of my other assignments I did for this so far. Let's see. I shouldn't call it assignment. That sounds lame. One of my other missions. Yes, missions. Spring joke short. Okay, let me, nope, didn't work. There we go. The joke short. Yes. Let me frame you. Sorry. That was involuntary. Let me grab you and move you over so we can actually see what's going on here. Joke short. The what? Assignment name joke short. It is due. Well, it says it's due yesterday, but he moved the date. Thankfully. Most successful short films on social media are joke shorts. This assignment will help you write a professional short film. Hold on. Let me get the music. This assignment will help you write a professional short film that can be produced and distributed across social media platforms as well as film festivals. The joke short is a very popular form of short film, and mastering this category of short is a very successful skill to have as a filmmaker. What is wrong with Yoshi? Why did he sound like that? I'm sorry. Yes. Wonderful. The how parameters, the total script should be 2 to 5 pages and in proper screenplay format. Please upload PDF of your pages, screenplay, submission requirements, Dropbox, yada, yada, yada. Criteria, does your pages hook the reader? Do you have a clear setup and punchline? Your scripts will be read in class and given feedback in real time. 10% of your, okay. So that's the premise of the short, right? That's kind of what we're going for here. Also, please let me know if the music is too quiet, is too loud. I'm trying to get it at a good feel here. Yeah. So what I'm going to show you guys first is the assignment short that I already wrote for this class. Our first assignment was called the 4 dialogue line assignment, and basically, to put it in layman's terms, we had the assignment to take 4 lines of dialogue that we were given, and then through that, we had to say those lines of dialogue in order and then just write a story around it. So if the lines of dialogue were, hello, how are you? I don't know about this. What do you want to do? Then I would have to write a story like around those lines and make them make sense. So I did that for this one called, sorry, I'm just trying to pull it up here. Preview. Yes. Quite right, dear boy. Quite right. Great. Fantastic. Absolutely pure, beautiful cinema. Okay, so I wrote this one. This is called Creation, written by Isaac Cinnamon, and the lines of dialogue were, don't touch that, of course. Shoot, what was it? Oh, I have my doubts, and what is it? Those are the 4 lines of dialogue that we have to write and make become something. Don't touch that. Of course, I have my doubts, and what is it? And so based on that, I wrote this short story, which we are going to get some beautiful background music to. You're going to see the vibe here in a second. Hold on. Start that over and be appropriately loud, please. Yes. Here we go. This is a story called Creation by Isaac Cinnamon. Interior, Mad Scientist Lab. Night. Lightning strikes. Thunder echoes through a chamber of cracked stone walls. Fluorescent beakers bubble and electricity pops out of a Tesla coil. Can you see that? Yes. Footsteps cling down the stairs. Igor, a goblin-like man with a peg leg, carries a tray into the room. Dr. Frank faces his workbench, goggles on his shiny bald head. He grabs a warped wrench and whacks on the cluster of metal and wires in front of him. He grunts with each hit. Igor places down the tray on a cluttered table. The tray holds pale grapes, a piece of nondescript meat, a small canister, and a newspaper. Insert newspaper headline, which reads, "Mad Scientist Burnt Out, Dr. Frank Flops Yet Again." Igor slowly reaches for a grape. Dr. Frank twitches. He screams in rage and flails. Igor ducks. The cluster of metal clangs against the wall over Igor's head. Igor peeks over the table. "Don't do that!" Igor grabs the tray and hobbles over. He grovels at Dr. Frank's feet. Dr. Frank rips the tray out of his hands and turns away. Igor tugs on Dr. Frank's lab coat. Dr. Frank growls and throws a dusty chunk of bread behind his back. Igor scampers over and nibbles on the crust. Dr. Frank flips through the paper while he pops grapes in his mouth. His eyes turn redder with every page. He yells and rips the paper into small pieces. He smacks his fist on the tray and crushes the grapes. The canister falls over and small nuts scatter. The sound of Igor's gnawing gets louder. Dr. Frank looks back at him. He picks up a nut. Lightning strikes and the room flashes. Igor reflects in his goggles. "Of course." He chuckles. Igor looks up. Dr. Frank laughs louder. He shakes violently and Mel laughs maniacally. Igor spits out his bread and shrieks in laughter with him. Thunder cracks. Dr. Frank rolls over and snatches the bread from Igor. Igor stops laughing. Dr. Frank opens a closet and pulls out an assortment of metal contraptions and surgical instruments. He hums a sinister tune. Igor hobbles away to another room. Tacked on the wall in the closet are other newspaper clippings. Insert newspaper clipping, which reads, "Dr. Frank attempts to relive glory days. Scientific community says, I have my doubts." Dr. Frank tears it down and laughs. "I have my doubts?" He grabs his tools and hurries over to his workbench. He puts on his goggles. Igor cracks his knuckles and plays the organ. Dr. Frank works through the night. Dr. Frank pours the grapes into a funnel. He takes a blowtorch and fires it onto the flask. He cranks levers and runs the liquid through a pulley system. He grabs the nuts with long forceps and places them individually in a tin. Igor plays the organ louder with passion. Lightning strikes. Dr. Frank uses a comically large hammer to smash the tin repeatedly. Dr. Frank laughs himself into a coughing fit. He dozes off and wakes back up. Igor hands him a large knife. Dr. Frank holds it high. The lightning makes an extreme silhouette on the wall. Igor closes his eyes. The music stops. Dr. Frank giggles. Igor opens his eyes. Dr. Frank stares at his creation from afar. Igor hobbles over and marvels with him. What is it? What is it? Dr. Frank picks it up and sets it on a plate. He offers it to Igor. Igor picks it up. He takes a bite of the PB&J sandwich and freezes. He chuckles. Dr. Frank chortles. They both laugh louder and louder and take bites of the creation. Lightning strikes. Yay! Anyway, so that was my first assignment that I did for that class, and I think it turned out all right. I think it's kind of funny. It's kind of got that joke short vibe to it, you know, because it's kind of like setting up like, what is he creating, you know, and you want to know like what's going on there. And then the reveal at the end that it's the PB&J sandwich. I feel like that would be a lot of fun, you know, especially like maybe an animation. But of course, you know, animation, who's got the time for that? But let's take a look at some example joke shorts, because the idea of the joke short is that whether it's funny or not, it's like setup and then punchline and then you're out, you know? So I do want to watch a few of them. This one is called Verbatim, What is a Photocopier? And the idea behind this short film is that they took, you know how in like a courtroom they have someone taking notes? They basically took that transcript and word for word like made a short film based off what happened. I think it's pretty hilarious. And it really does give the perfect sort of joke short vibe. Let me pull it up here. Just 1 second. Here. I will stop whatever that is and just, yeah. Let me pull it up. What do we think of creation? The true story of how they created a peanut butter jelly sandwich. True story, bro. You come over here. You shrinkinate. You imbigonate. Yeah, something like that. I can even cut out all this excess fat. Okay. Yes. Maybe. Maybe. Okay. Yeah. That sounds cool. Let's go ahead and take a look at Verbatim, What is a Photocopier? From the New York Times. Every word you see here was actually spoken, word for word. They were sued. The following scene is a deposition from that court case.
And the device used to record information from your computer system onto the master CD is a device within the recorder's office? Is that correct, as opposed to being in some other building somewhere?
Yes.
During your tenure in the computer department at the recorder's office, has a recorder's office had photocopying machines?
Objection.
Any photocopying machine?
When you say photocopying machine, what do you mean?
Even she's like, bro, what?
Let me make sure I understand your question. You don't have an understanding of what a photocopying machine is?
No, I want to make sure that I answer your question correctly.
Dave, I'll object to the tone of the question. You make it sound like it's unbelievable to you that he wouldn't know what the definition of a photocopy machine is.
I didn't ask him to define it. I asked him if he had any.
When you say photocopying machine, what do you mean?
What do you mean? Okay, what do you mean?
Let me be clear.
This is such like, I mean, obviously this is word for word, so it makes sense, but this is such like lawyer stuff, is just the semantics of words and saying things of such a certain way.
The term photocopying machine is so ambiguous that you can't picture in your mind what a photocopying machine is in an office setting?
I just want to make sure I answer your question correctly.
He wants to make sure.
Well, we'll find out. If you can say yes or no, I can do follow-ups. But it seems If you really don't know in an office setting what a photocopying machine is, I'd like the Ohio Supreme Court to hear you say so.
I just want to make sure I answer your question correctly.
There's different types of photocopiers, Dave.
You're speaking instead of... You're not under oath. This guy is.
I understand that, but I understand what his objection is. You want him to answer the question. I don't think it's fair.
It's not fair?
It's not a fair question. A photocopy machine can be a machine that uses photostatic technology, that uses xerographic technology, that uses scanning technology.
I don't care what kind of technology it uses. Has your offices... We don't have technocrats on the Ohio Supreme Court. We've got people like me, general guys...
Objection.
Or gals. I'm not really very interested in what the technology element of it is. I want to know...
That's what's at issue in the case, Dave.
Not in my judgment. Do you have photocopying machines at the recorder's office? If you don't know what that means in an office setting, please tell the court you don't know what that means in an office setting to have a photocopying machine.
I would like to answer your question to the best of my ability.
I'm
Oh
asking
my
you to
gosh.
answer that.
So if you could explain to me what you mean by...
I'm not going to do that because I want to establish on the record that you really don't know what it is. I want to establish that. Now, do you know what it is or do you
guy's
not know what it
going
is?
crazy.
Do you understand what that term means in common parlance or not?
Common parlance?
Common language.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what that meant. I understand that there are photocopying machines, and there are different types of them, just like there are
Are there
different
any
cars.
in the recorder's
Some of them run
office?
under gas power, some of them under...
You know, I just realized this guy kind of reminds me, it looks a little bit like Matthew Broderick. Anyone else kind of see it a little bit? I mean, he definitely looks different, but I feel like I see it. Anyways,
under electric
sorry.
power, and I'm asking if you could help me out by explaining what you mean by photocopying
That's
machine.
a great point.
Instead of trying to make me feel stupid.
If you feel stupid, it's not because I'm making you feel that way.
Objection!
I have self-confidence, and I have no problem.
I don't think you're stupid.
I think I don't have any problem answering the question.
I think you're playing games with me.
Dave, the word photocopying is at issue in this case. And you're asking him whether something is or isn't a photocopy machine, which is a legal conclusion.
This isn't a patent case. There's no statute that defines where I'm asking him to
Imagine if I came up to you and I was like, hey, can you show me can you point me to the bathroom? Like I come in your house and it's like, hey, can you point me to the bathroom? And you're just like, can you please define what you mean by that? Like, this guy is, wow.
define technology for me. I'm asking. I want to find out from a layperson's perspective, not from an engineer's perspective, not from a technician's perspective, but from... I have an idea. How about
This guy
this?
is crashing out.
Have you ever heard the term photocopier or photocopy used in the recorder's office by anybody?
Photocopy? I'm sure in the time I've been there, someone has used the term.
And have you ever heard them use it in referencing a particular device or machine within the recorder's office? By way of example, can you photocopy that for me? That's an example of office parlance.
It's like they're not even getting to the actual case, you know? They're not actually getting to what's going on. He just can't even get past this first question of, do you have this machine in your office? Period. Do you have a stapler in your office? Can you define that for me?
That particular terminology I've not witnessed.
What was the context that you heard the term photocopy used in the recorder's office?
I'm sure it's been used. I didn't say I remembered a specific instance.
All right. But you have a general understanding that people have used the term photocopy within the recorder's office in terms of something that could be done there. Is that true?
I'm sure it's been used. I don't remember a specific instance or how it was used. I'm sure it's been used.
And is it fair to say that it's been used in terms of being able to copy one piece of paper onto another piece of paper using a machine? No? Not sure of that?
I'm sure it's been used. I don't recall a specific instance in which it was.
Oh my gosh.
Do you have a secretary?
No.
Does anybody there have a secretary?
Yes.
Have you ever heard a secretary use the term photocopy?
No.
Have you ever? Do you have machines there where I can put in a paper document, push a button or two, and out will come copies of that paper document also on paper? Do you have such a machine?
Yes, sir.
What do you call that machine?
Xerox.
Xerox. Oh my gosh, dude. Anyway, so that's an example of a joke short. Because it's all this build up of how's he gonna answer? Yes, it's very, very brain hurting. Absolutely. Gosh, that is ridiculous, but unfortunately, probably kind of the norm when it comes to like law stuff and just the courtroom kind of thing. I think they did like a whole series of that too. I think that's not the only one. I think once they were successful with that one, they did with other cases the verbatim. Gosh, yeah, I can't believe that. Hold on, I'm trying to sign into this thing and it doesn't want me to. And have you ever had a dream where you wanted so much you could do anything? Because I sure have. Okay, signed in. You're watching this while doing homework and feeling inspired. I'm glad that you're feeling inspired. Welcome to the stream, the good times. Oh my goodness. There was another one that we were gonna watch, but let me see if it's actually watchable or if it's painful.
Uneducated, unfunny.
A little bit of a preview there. I'll show you one more thing before we keep going, and then I'll actually get to what I need to be doing, which is my assignment. Let's watch a joke short that I have already done. Just, you gotta look back at what you've done before and let that guide you forward. We're gonna watch a short film I made called Jane, which is also very much a joke short. So let's take a little peek here. Good thing about this one, I know the guy who owns it, so I can react to it.
Jane, I've been thinking.
Me too. I saw the funniest thing yesterday. 2 birds were fighting over a bagel and one of them ate it.
That is funny.
It is funny.
Listen, the reason I brought you here tonight...
Can I get 2 stars, something to drink?
No, thank you.
I'll have some water, please.
I'll be right back.
You really need to stay more hydrated.
Jane, we need to talk.
We are talking, silly.
I mean, I think we should break up. Look,
Yikes.
Don't get me wrong, the past 2 years have been incredible, and you've been an amazing girlfriend, but I just feel like we're growing apart. I'm getting a new job, and I feel like it would be best for both of us if we just went our separate ways.
Relatable.
And I know it sounds cliche, but it's really not you, it's me.
Unbelievable.
Jane.
Unbelievable, Scott!
Dang.
You spring this on me out of nowhere at this fancy dinner, and you expect me just to accept this?
I would hope so.
Your voice low.
No, I won't. I've loved you for 2 years, and now it's wasted. I poured my heart into you. You're such a terrible person.
Shout out to Hallie Driggers, just absolutely acting her heart out here. I'll tell you more about this in a second, but you can see me trying not to laugh here. Look at this. Look at my smile. I'm like trying not to laugh. That's so funny. All right.
Is there a problem here?
Not anymore.
Dang. That's rough.
No. Gotta let her down easy.
Jane. This is
How was your week?
overthinking.
It's been great.
short
You know,
film.
I saw the funniest thing yesterday. 2 birds were fighting over a bagel, and one of them ate it.
That is funny. I don't tell you enough how funny you are.
Oh gosh.
Hi, can I get you
Gosh,
two
I'm
stars
cringing at myself.
I will have water.
I'll have the same. I thought you didn't like water.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
trying
nice
to stay more
throwback.
hydrated. What's important to you is important to me. Okay, we've laid the groundwork, now to break the news.
This
Speaking
guy.
of important things,
You know, Scott,
Scott.
you've just been so kind to me recently, especially today. So I wanted to surprise you with something.
uh-oh.
Close your eyes.
Close your eyes.
I don't know.
Trust me, just close them. I was waiting to do this, but now it's just too perfect of a time to not. All right. 3, 2, 1.
There's so many
open.
shots of me trying not to laugh in this. It's kind of embarrassing.
Oh, no.
It's a dog.
I see that.
You know, I was thinking about how we could level up our relationship. And
Level
what better
up.
way than some shared commitment? I figured we could name her Eternity, since our love will last forever.
Gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, look at look at this guy, actor guy here. Just like yeah. No, I'm stone faced. The funniest part about the dog thing for me is that we have to assume that the dog is there in every single like scenario here. So like the scenarios where she leaves, the scenarios where she does even more drastic things, the dog is like in the bag the whole time. She just brought the dog to the restaurant in a bag.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get you guys something to order?
Ugh, way too soft.
Mm.
Ugh. Just gotta be direct. Tell her the truth. Jane, I need to tell you something right now.
I was just gonna tell
Little
you about.
groundhog.
Some birds and a bagel, I know. It's a hilarious story, but I really...
Can I get you 2 stars and a drink?
No, we're still looking at the menu. No thanks.
Scott,
Water,
what's
take
going
water.
on?
Jane, this is hard for me to say, but I wanted to tell you the truth about how I feel. So I wrote some things down, and I've been thinking about the future of our relationship.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this is happening.
Why would you ever say it like that? I wrote some stuff down and I've been thinking about the future of our relationship. What was the follow-up there? What was the follow-up? The future of our relationship. There is none. Like this guy.
I haven't even told you yet.
I've been dreaming of this since I was a little girl.
Wait,
Yes, Scott, I will marry you.
Oh,
Go ahead with your speech, though. I want to know what you're gonna
Sorry
say.
about that.
oh, that's okay. It's ruined now.
No. Let me see it.
No, really,
Come on.
I don't. No,
Let me see
now's
it.
not a
Come
good
on.
time. I
Come
don't.
on.
He's on fire.
Someone, anyone?
That is me actually on fire. We got like 100 proof, or I don't know what the proofing thing is, but we got a very strong alcohol and poured it on my sleeve and lit it on fire. As safe as possible. I had like 3 wet rags under that arm to make sure it didn't touch skin, but that was kind of crazy.
Someone, anyone? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
Okay, this section, thankfully there's so much happening. This is the biggest, like, everyone is breaking. Like, look at Lacey. Look at how she was just so ready to dump that all over me. Next, Tom Cruise right there. Yeah, no stunt doubles for this one. You can see her run in. She's like so ready. Like, and everyone is laughing now. Like, and the one person that had a line after this, she stayed in character the whole time. Abby Litz right here. Well, you can't see my cursor, but top left, she stayed in character the whole time because she had her line and she was the only one that wasn't cracking up.
Get out!
Oh my goodness. Also, side note, I know I'm laughing at my own short film here. It's less that it's like I'm laughing at how funny it is because of the comedy. I'm just laughing remembering like filming it, you know, and I miss my high school friends a little bit, but it's, yeah.
No more niceness. Just rip off the Band-Aid.
Rip it off, baby.
Jane, I'm breaking up with you.
What? Why?
Wow.
Let's start with the fact that you think stories about birds and bagels are funny. That's about as average as a story can get. No, we don't want anything to drink. Give us a minute.
Sorry to anyone out there who loves stories about birds and bagels. They really got hit hard in this one.
Scott, where is this coming from?
You are uninteresting. You add nothing to my life.
Scott,
I am a successful writer, kickstarting his career, and you are a librarian. No one even goes to the library anymore. It was fun while it lasted, but now it's over.
That's cute. That's cute with the, cute that the writer and the librarian got together. Ain't that special? Too bad it's about to end.
You are uneducated, unfunny, and underwhelming. So I hope we can stay friends.
Classic. Oh, let's get a frame by frame on that bad boy. Hold on.
So I hope we can stay friends.
Dude, she's just bang. You can see me, like, we only got one take of this, so it's like preparing. I flinch before it hits me, but you know what? We got the shot. Badoom. Oh my goodness. And the blood.
Wait.
Come on, eternity. Let's get out of here.
Can I get you guys?
Extreme. Wait, what does that say? Extreme speedrun breakup is lit. No, sorry. Got it. Extreme speedrun breakup is La La Land edition level extreme. Yeah. Yeah. This is how La La Land should have ended. I'm a monster.
What's the point? There's no easy way to do this.
Oh ho.
Jane?
Scott, where have you been? I've been sitting here for 45 minutes.
I just got caught up in something.
You know what? Just forget it. This is the last time you're gonna stand me up.
Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying?
Yeah, we're done.
Ooh.
I'll take a water to go.
I'll take a water to go.
Freedom.
Freedom. Jane. Throwback. I made that film in 24 hours. That was a fun time. Okay, I feel like, you know, dragging our feet a little bit. We've looked at the joke shorts. We've looked at what makes a good joke short. It's time to frickin' write the dang thing. You know what I'm saying? It's time to get serious. It's time to write this thing. I'm gonna set a timer. That timer is gonna be for an hour, okay? I'm setting an hour timer to do this assignment. 2 to 5 pages, a joke short film. We are gonna write. Feel free to give suggestions, and whatever is done at the end of an hour, that is what it is, okay? That's what it's gotta be. Let's get a new file, a blank page. Let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up. Hold your horse, or if you have more than one horse, hold that one too. Untitled screenplay. That's the one. Sorry, I know that was a tone shift. I just need to get this where we want it. Let's see. Hopefully that's a good size there. Boom. Hey there. Write a joke short. Okay, hold on. We got to get back to the serious. Got to get back to the intense. No, that's the wrong one. We got to get back to it. Okay. Where's my timer? Where's my timer, guys? Guys, where's the timer? Timer? Hello? Countdown? 1 hour is on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines, because we are about to go in. Okay, we're about to go in. Are you ready? Are we ready? I don't know if I'm ready. Here we go. All right, wish me luck. 1 hour. Let's go. First we need the idea. I did come in with a few ideas for this one. The ideas I had were someone shows up to work, and I'm gonna put them in bullets here. Oh shoot, no, I can't do that. Someone shows up to work in only underwear. We don't find out till the end. Could be fun. Or we could do, I had an idea where it's like people sharing their testimonies, and someone feels like theirs isn't strong enough, so they have to beef it up. I can also look at some of the stuff we did yesterday for Hi Rowan Egan. Nice of you to join us. I can also look at what we wrote yesterday for some ideas, because that's the good part about ideas is if it doesn't work for one thing, it could work for another thing, and that's the kind of thing we like to see. Let's see. I mean, we had a lot of comedy stuff in certain settings. Also trying to think which of these is going to be like, you know, a short enough idea to do in less than 5 pages, 2 to 5 pages. Hot dog vendors go to space. That could be something. You know what I'm saying? Middle school teacher afraid of whiteboards. That could be something. We ran to the end of that, so I think now we can get some of our other musica in here. Yes, we're adventuring, we're learning. Whiteboards. You know what I mean? Whoa, no. A group of friends try to find an open restaurant in a tornado. Oh my gosh. I could write my joke short on the story, the strip club story. Wait, that's actually perfect. That's perfect. Friends tried to find open restaurant in tornado. Oh, that would be so fun that could be 5 pages totally. Okay. Well, forget all this. I kind of just want to do that now. Perfect idea. Excellent idea. Well done. I don't know if that came through. That was my idea sound. Hold on. Lower this. Kind of. Anyways. Yes. For those of you who don't know, funny story. Quick aside. And also the timer's still going. There it is. My friends and I, we went to Atlanta for spring break. We did a lot of things. Atlanta's a cool group, cool vibe. We went to Atlanta, and while we were there was a night where after we had seen a show, we were trying to get food. We were trying to find something to eat. And as I was looking online, there were only a few places that were open, like near to us. Yeah. I got you. There were a few places that were near to us, and thank you, that were open, and one of them was a place called Magic City Kitchen. And there were no like pictures of it. There were only a few reviews, but we looked at the menu. The menu looked great. The menu looked expansive. So we walked over there. It was like 15 minutes. It was also like not a torrential downpour, but like a tornado watch was in effect. Like there was a lot of high winds. This big storm was blowing in. We walked down there to a building without windows, which is already weird. And then we go up, and there are 2 security guards in front of the building. And I'm like, I call up to them, and I'm like, is this a club? And they're like, strip club. And so, yeah, I accidentally took my friends to a strip club. And I think that would be just an amazing story. It could also be one of those things that's just funny because it happened to me. But we're gonna run with it. We're gonna see. I was expecting to spend like 10-15 minutes brainstorming. Oh, I need to refresh the music. Everybody relax, the music's coming back. Okay. Hello? Are we back? Something terrible happened. I apologize. Hello, hello. Are we back or not? Accidentally. Yes, it was accidental. Oh, hello. Yay, we're so back. Guys, chat. We are so back. I do not know what happened there. But the timer is ticking, so we need to get a move on. Yes, accidentally. It was accidental. Though for this story, we don't have to be super true to real life. Hello, Super Gaming Texan. We don't have to be super true to real life. We can make it like the character was trying to get them to go to a strip club and was hiding it from them. I don't know. We gotta figure it out. But let's just start in a hotel room, and then I'm gonna just write out like the beats of what we want to happen, you know. Hopefully the music is okay. What do we want to happen? We want Super Gaming Texan, we are currently writing a joke short for class. For my class, I have to write a joke short that is 2 to 5 pages. I'm giving myself an hour to do it. We only have 51 minutes left. And right now the idea is to do a joke short based off of real events that happened to me over spring break, where I accidentally took my friends to a strip club. We didn't go in, you know, whoops. But yeah, what do we want? The conflict. Friend group needs somewhere to eat. You know? Common conflict. Late at night. Everywhere closed. That could be part of the joke, is like there's like it's pouring outside and they're like super hungry. Everywhere closed due to bad weather. And what else? Everywhere's closed due to bad weather. We only have 5 minutes, so I don't think having like a ton of characters will be great. Like I would only say like 3 to 4 characters is what I would try to do. Everywhere's closed. The punchline is that it's a strip club. Whoa. what would be funnier is if this was like a broad daylight strip club. Very different vibes. I don't know if that's what we're going for. Let's see. We could do, it would be funnier if it was like a retreat for some like you know, like if it was like a youth retreat or something, not just spring break.
Here we go, off the rails. You know it's
Good
time
song.
to raise our sails. It's freedom like you never knew. Bags or a pass, say the word, I'll be there in a flash.
In a flash. Oh, that's fun. It's a strip club. This also happened to me when I was on a school trip, so it could be like, what's something that makes sense that other than just the spring break? Because the spring break thing is funny, but I think it would be funnier if it's like, oh, that crowd, they happen to go to a strip club. Better than accidentally ending up in a red light district in London. Couldn't have been me and friends. Yeah, I feel like this is a relatable experience, because, you know, they don't advertise these things. Strip club. I'm loving it. Bible reading club. Yeah. Alright, this music's great. I need more like concentration. Like softer background music. That's too slow. You know what? I changed my mind. We're back. Oh gosh, it's doing both. What if I just open 1,000 tabs? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to do that to your ears. I am gonna skip this song though. Okay. We're on a mission. We can do this. 46 minutes? Easy. I think I just need to start writing, you know? Interior hotel room. Night. I would like to nail down who these peoples are though. Ideas. They're not a youth group. They're not like what if it's some company retreat, but like what company would it be like awkward that they ended up at a strip club? I mean, I guess any like professional thing, like maybe it's like dinner with the boss or something. Dinner with the boss. Boy Scouts. Boy Scouts. I just don't know why the Boy Scouts would be like, I was thinking like kids or something, but like why would the kids be why would they take the kids with them? Maybe that's okay. Okay, I think I got it. It's like, okay, adults are going out to get food for the kids on a retreat, and it's a strip club, but they come back with the food. So you know they had to go through the strip club to get it. Maybe a young new manager is trying to bring a few people to lunch. Yeah, it's an Ortbo. Oh my gosh, you guys, I can't with the severance yet. You're gonna get me off on a tangent, and I only have 44 minutes to complete this. Okay. Yes, we have these ideas. I'm gonna copy these into a separate document so that I'm not messing up my page requirement. Conflict, strip club. Okay, I think we got something here. We have our characters, and they're gonna be John Mark, Piper, it's Cody, and Brock. John Mark, Piper, Cody, and Brock. Youth pastor, yeah. Yeah, I think okay, so the idea is like this is some sort of summer camp thing or some kind of like, oh, I just thought of something even better. It's a band trip, okay? It's a band trip, and they're staying in like a hotel, but they need to go get food for the kids. So maybe Piper, Cody, and Brock are like kids' names. I mean, they're adults' names too, but what I think of like young guys. But like Mark on his Ortbo. I also just realized this song goes on for 15 minutes. Here we go. Sarah without an H. Here, let's do just Mr. I was gonna say Smith. I think that was Miss Smith was literally one of my band professors. Mr. Or the classic names John, Tyler, and Jessica. Mr. Mike. Yeah, Mr. Mike. That's fun. Mr. Mike, Sarah, Cody, and Piper. That might be too many, but maybe Mr. Mike sends Piper and Cody out. Okay, so Mr. Mike is like the band director, and maybe Piper and Cody are like they're volunteering or something to help out. Saving those names in another document. 40 minutes. Okay, interior. Bus. School bus. Night. Okay, here we go. Now we write a bus full of kids with various instruments. Here. Kids with various instruments sit along the aisle. Kids with various instruments sit along the aisle. Some play their instruments, play with them, while others talk loudly with each other. It's chaos. Mr. Mike, the band director, stands up at the front of the bus. Mr. Mike, let's get some dialogue going in here, baby. Attention. Attention. I have an announcement. The ruckus continues, because everyone knows kids don't listen. The ruckus continues. Continues. The ruckus continues. Mr. Mike puts his fingers to his lips and blows hard. Blows a loud whistle. The bus goes silent and looks to him. Now, before we get too crazy, here, what I'm thinking happens, sorry, just gotta kind of walk you through the thought process. We set up, they had a long day of banding. This is like the last night or something. They're going back to the hotel. And then Mr. Mike is going to confide in his either assistants or his like helpers, young adult helpers, Cody and Piper. Like, hey, we need to figure out how to get food for these kids. They canceled the catering on us. And that's when they are going to go, and he's going to give them like the school credit card, which is going to be even better that they use it at the strip club, because they're not going to be thinking, and then they're going to come back with all the food. And yeah, that's the direction we're going. How much time do I have? 36 minutes. Oh gosh, we got time. This is one of those things where I'm just going to have to like write, and then we're going to go back and revise, obviously. I just want to say, congratulations. What did I just write? Congratulations. Congratulations on winning state. Yay! The bus cheers loudly. What do you call when it's like, is it like a junior teacher when like someone from like the high school goes to like an elementary school and like shadows the teacher? Anyone know what that's called? I feel like it's something. Bus cheers loudly. Cody and Piper cover their no. Cody covers his ears and Piper claps along with kids. Cody, I also gotta put comma here. TA, yeah, that could be what Cody, the young TA teachers, Maybe I should put teacher's assistant fully first, and then I'll say TA later. Assistant. A young, lanky teacher's assistant. I don't know why he's got to be lanky, but you know what, he is. And Piper. The coder. Oh gosh, you just lost my face cam and everything. That's really funny. The code director. Every time I hit the minus, it takes away something. The band's co-director claps along with the kids. All right, I'm feeling the dynamic happen here. This music up. Yes. Along with the kids. All right, all right. Now when we get back to the hotel, I want you on your best behavior. I want you on your best behavior, kids. All right. Now when you get back to the hotel, I want you on your best behavior. No screaming late at night. And no, what's a stupid, silly, gross thing a kid could do? No sticking wet toilet paper on the ceiling. Looking at you, Billy. The bus turns to look at Billy. He smiles. He smiles in the back, holding up an unused roll of toilet paper. Or no, maybe he doesn't smile, but he lowers his head in the back as he lowers an unused roll of toilet paper. His bubble was really burst by that one. Cool. Now I want to say Miss Piper, because if she's the co-director, then I'm gonna have him talk to her as or announce her as Miss Piper. You know, because you don't want the kids to say the first names. Have any of you ever had any weird, funny band experiences, or just art, music teachers in general? I've had some weird ones, especially band trips. I feel like things get very strange on band trips. Miss Piper and our TA, Cody, are gonna fight through this storm to get you guys some food. Everybody say thank you. The kids. I'll say it together, because they're saying it all together, you know. Thank you, Miss Piper and Cody. Now I just gotta say that it's raining outside. A storm large winds. How would you say that? Heavy winds, fast winds, whip, rap. The fast winds start rapping. What's up, y'all? I'm Wind. I just realized we are now halfway through our time, and we have one page done, but a lot of our time was spent brainstorming. So I think we are actually on a good pace. Let's see. Winds whip outside as a storm brews. There you go. Kids with various instruments. All right, I'll go back and read that later. Thank you, Miss Piper and Cody. You're very welcome. Cody. No problem. No problem, guys. We're kind of feeling their voices out. Yes. Which I actually just changed the joke short. Now the wind is rapping. No problem, guys. No problem, guys. He's like an awkward, like, yeah, no problem, guys. Something like that. Just spitballing here. We might need more in that scene, but let's go ahead and get to the next section. Hotel lobby night. Interior hotel lobby night. The kids run with their instruments and suitcases through the lobby to the elevator. Dinner mic. Single file. I think it'd be funny, actually. Funnier if they just... He didn't mention it, but he said, you know, be good, guys, and then they absolutely just ignore him. They run with their suitcases through the lobby to the elevator. This got very ominous all of a sudden. Let's do something a little different. Oh no, I think I hit my ominous music. No. No. Guys, please. There we go. That's a little more upbeat. The kids, they run. They were running through the lobby to the elevator. To the levator. A TV ominous music at 10 minutes. Yes, that's a good idea. But don't remind me. Okay. A TV, a news station plays on a TV in the lobby. News anchor reads the night's weather forecast. You gotta make this big. News anchor. Anchor. Our meteorologists. Big word. Are saying our meteorologists are saying that what are they saying, folks? Well, wait till you hear about it. They're saying crazy things. Sorry, I'm Meteorologists are saying that a tornado, which is the bad one, tornado watch or tornado warning, is in effect. Tonight has high-speed winds tear through the city. Jeez, this looks bad. Put the music up a little bit. She's off screen. Never mind. I was gonna try to do something. Just listen to that. Mr. White. Cody. Piper. The two. Go to Miss Piper. Just gonna keep it consistent. Walk over to Mr. Mike. Probably noticed that rough out there. Minutes, baby. Let's do it. You probably noticed that it's looking rough out there. Yeah. I was gonna ask you about that. Do you want us to handle food? Well, talking with our bus driver, it sounds like everywhere's closed down. Maybe we don't want to get that. Maybe we want them to discover that looking through their phone. Trust you two to figure it out. Keep it simple, stupid. Trust you two to figure it out. I told these kids' parents they'd be fed. And so we gotta feed them. So we need to feed them. No excuses. He's a hard band director, you know. No excuses. Ah, how lovely. They'd be fed, so we're gonna feed them. No excuses. I understand. We'll handle it. Cody nods. Cody gives an awkward nod. A kid across the room screams. A kid across the room screams gibberish. I'm sure that's what they're saying. Screams brain rot. Miss Smith. I invented a whole new character for no reason. Her name's Miss Piper. She turns to Cody. Now it thinks there's a Miss Smith in the cast. There's not, I promise. 17 minutes. Okay. You got your phone? Exterior. Hotel front. We'll do the front of the hotel, like they went outside and they're about to go. Hey, that way we can see it a little better. This is so ethereal. Hotel front, night. Cody and Miss Piper paces around while Cody scrolls on his phone. The storm thunder rolls and winds and the wind knocks Miss Piper off her rhythm. You know what I'm saying? Knocks Miss Piper off her rhythm. Miss Piper. Whoa. This is getting bad. You find anything? I should establish that they like had, maybe that's what I do here instead of being like nothing's open. Say I just got off the phone with Jersey Mike's. I just got off the phone with McDonald's. Should I make up a brand? Or I just got off the phone with I just got off the phone with the restaurant. Apparently, they had to cancel our order because of this storm. Apparently, they had to cancel our order because of the storm. What? What do we do now? Mr. Mike, please respond. I'm trusting you two to figure it out. I told these kids' parents they'd be fed, so we're gonna feed them. We're gonna feed them. No excuses. I understand. We'll handle it. Ooh, gotta go. You got your phone? Whoa, this is getting bad. You find anything? We're seeing it kind of form. 13 minutes. Ah! Spice rack. That's the store. The spice rack. You find anything? No. Cody. Everywhere says it's closed. It's already getting late. Everywhere says it's closed. It's already getting late. And this weather's not helping. Everywhere says it's closed. Sorry, it wants me to save. I guess I should save. Joke short. Save. Everywhere says it's closed. I can't find a thing. Then she can say her piece. Yeah, Piper. It's already getting late and this weather's not helping. What filters are you searching on? Oh no, the music. Sorry guys. Let me put that back. Oh no. Guys, this thing is against me. It's trying to keep me down. Okay. Every time it's like I try to restart the music or do something remotely different, it like shuts down, and that's not good. And we only have 10 minutes. Oh, it's fine. Everything's fine, guys. What filters are you searching on? 4 to 5 stars. Something. 4 to 5 stars. Something nearby. He hands over the school credit card. I just forgot that was something I needed to add. Okay, we are officially at 10 minutes, which means it is panic time, okay? Yep, this is the time we panic, and this is the time that we do what I like to call locking in. Is this the same song? Something like that. Alright, 10 minutes. Concentration. We got this. Let's lock in. It's not letting me change that, but that's okay. Please don't shut down the stream. 4 or 5 stars, something nearby. The wind. The wind blows violently. Expand your search. It's only getting worse. Expand your search. We don't have to give them... We don't have to give them a Michelin restaurant. I don't even know if that makes sense, but we'll come back to it. We don't have to give them Michelin. Woody changes settings on his phone, and it dings. It is Super Mario Galaxy music. Go to change settings on his phone. It dings. Oh, I got something. Miss Piper. What is it? It's three stars. Only a 10-minute walk. Oh, come back. Only a 10-minute walk. It's just gonna keep doing that for a minute. It's 3 stars, only a 10-minute walk. And look at this menu. It shows the screen. The menu shows a wide variety of the menu shows a wide variety of American cuisine. That looks good. We can just get them chicken tender meals. What's it called? Maybe we'll save that to what's it called, and then we'll cut to it. And you can get a discount for bulk orders. This is all sounding great. What's it called? Shoot. Come on. Come on, Miss Piper. Let's go. Yes. What's it called? It says Magic City Kitchen. They look at each other and shrug. Must be a local joint. Must be a local joint. It's got 3-star review on Bing. We're not going back to Bing. I have less than 5 minutes. Must be a local joint. Exterior. It says Magic City Kitchen, and then we say exterior. Scene heading. Yes. Exterior. Magic City Kitchen. Night. Come back to me. 4 minutes. Gosh, I don't know. Cody and Miss Piper walk up to the joint. Walk up to the joint. The sign. The neon sign that reads Magic City Kitchen. It's a Yeah, well, don't remind me. The neon sign that reads Magic City has the silhouette of a woman over it, behind it. A woman behind it. A security guard stands in front. Cody and Miss Piper. Cody and Miss Piper look at the sign. They look at each other. You just took us to a strip club. This doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. Self-destruction. You just took us to a strip club. I what? Security guard. What? Security guard. Oh gosh. A minute left. Hey, you two coming in or what? Storm's pretty bad tonight. Miss Piper. Look. Paces for a moment. She looks at Cody. I mean, menu. They look good. Piper, get out of here. Miss Piper. No excuses, right? Then we cut to the, hold on. We cut to the guys, it's almost done. I mean, not really, but yes, it is. Interior, hotel, lobby. Mr. Mike sits in the hotel lobby. Miss Piper and Cody walk in with bags of food. And then I don't know how it ends. And Mr. Mike says, "What took so long?" And Cody, Miss, oh no, the timer is done. It's over. It's over. Success? Question mark? Question mark? We're gonna have to go back and look at some of this. Whew. That was a lot. Hold on, I gotta catch up on the chat. Just gotta practice. Writing a joke story, yes. Caleb, why? Yes, it self-destructs. Yes, the assignment also had a self-destruct clause to it. So 10 seconds. Check chat for the ending possibility. I tried. Let's look at what we have through. It's not gonna be great yet. Or even good yet, probably. But let's just take a look. And let's chill for a second. We're gonna feel out what we did, and then we're gonna refine it a little bit. We're gonna tweak it here and there, but basically, I mean, we got the whole story in, you know? Is it cutting out? Is it cutting out for anyone else? Just to check. Let me know if it's cutting out. Let's take a look here. Okay, interior school bus night. The music's a little loud, sorry. Interior school bus night. Winds whip outside as a storm brews. Kids with various instruments sit along the aisles. Some play with them, some play on them, while others talk loudly with each other. Chaos ensues. Mr. Mike, the band director. Yeah, it's just you. Of course. Mr. Mike, the band director, stands up at the front of the bus. Attention, attention, I have an announcement. The ruckus continues. Mr. Mike puts his fingers to his lips and blows a loud whistle. The bus goes silent and looks to him. Now, before we get too crazy, I just want to say, congratulations on winning state. Woo! Everyone's happy, everyone's cheering. The bus cheers loudly. Cody, a young, lanky teacher's assistant, covers his ears, and Miss Piper, the band's co-director, claps along with the kids. All right. Now, when we get back to the hotel, I want you on your best behavior. No screaming late at night, and no sticking wet toilet paper on the ceiling. Looking at you, Billy. The bus turns to look at Billy. He lowers his head in the back. Head in the back as he holds an unused roll of toilet paper. In shame. I'm gonna say in shame. Mr. Mike. Miss Piper and our TA Cody are gonna fight through this storm to get you guys some food. Everybody say thank you. All the kids are gonna be like, thank you, Miss Piper and Cody. You're very welcome. Yeah, no problem, guys. The hotel lobby night. The kids run with their instruments and suitcases through the lobby to the elevator. A news station plays on a TV in the lobby. A news anchor reads the night's weather forecast. Cody walks up with a suitcase. Our meteorologists are saying that a tornado watch is in effect tonight as high-speed winds tear through the city. Cody's like, geez, this looks bad. Cody, Miss Piper. The two walk over to Mr. Mike. Give me some of that. We'll get back to our soft music. Except I can't, it's not letting me control very much the audio. It's not very happy with me right now. It keeps trying to take down the stream. The two walk over to Mr. Mike. You've probably noticed that it's looking rough out there. You've probably noticed it's looking rough out there. Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. How do you want us to handle food? I just got off the phone with the restaurant. Apparently they had to cancel our order because of the storm. What? What do we do now? I'm trusting you two to figure it out. I told these kids' parents they'd be fed, so we're gonna feed them. No excuses. He hands over the school's credit card. I understand. We'll handle it. Cody gives an awkward nod. A kid across the room cries as another kid holds their room key above their head. Oops, gotta go. He rushes over and leaves Cody and Miss Piper alone. She turns to Cody. Have you got your phone? Exterior hotel front, night. Miss Piper paces around while Cody scrolls on his phone. Thunder rolls and the wind knocks Miss Piper off her rhythm. Whoa, this is getting bad. You find anything? Everywhere says it's closed. I can't find a thing. It's already getting late and this weather's not helping. What filters are you searching on? 4 to 5 stars? Something nearby? The wind blows loudly. Loudly. Well, expand your search. We don't have to serve Michelin. What is how would you say that? Michelin star. We don't have to serve Michelin star quality. Cody changes setting on his phone. It dings. Oh, I got something. What is it? It's 3 stars, only a 10-minute walk, and look at this menu. He shows the screen. The menu shows a wide variety of American cuisine. That's good. That looks good. We can just get them chicken tender meals. And we can get a discount for bulk orders. Let's go. Yes. Great. What's it called? It says Magic City Kitchen. I'm gonna cut this and I'm just gonna cut to it. Exterior Magic City Kitchen night. Cody and Miss Piper walk up to the joint. It's a windowless building with music coming from the inside. The neon sign that reads Magic City Kitchen has the silhouette of a woman behind it. A security guard stands out front. Cody and Miss Piper look at the sign. They look at each other. This doesn't seem right. Oh my gosh, I spelled right wrong. Haha. This doesn't seem right. You just took us to a strip club. I what? Hey, you two coming in or what? Storm's pretty bad or not tonight? Miss Piper paces for a moment. She looks at Cody. I mean, the menu did look good. Miss Piper sighs. No excuses, right? Interior hotel lobby. Mr. Mike sits in Mr. Mike sits in a chair in the lobby and watches the TV. And watches the door. Miss Piper and Cody walk in with brown bags of food. What took so long? And then that's kind of where we petered out. Honestly, for an hour, like, you know, we changed things here and there. I think it's like pretty solid. I'll have to look at it again tomorrow, you know, before I submit it, like, see how it feels then. I would like to, real quick, before we move on, I would like to finish this thought and get like the end. And I don't know if we should end it like to have something to do with the credit card. Maybe he can ask, here, I'll take the card. And then they can both realize, like, oh shoot, this is the school's credit card that's gonna show up on their charge. Yeah. Cody. Here, maybe he's gonna ask, you guys okay? Because it apparently didn't take too long. You both okay? Need any help with that? We got it. All good here. It's gonna be awkward. Awesome. All good here. They set the bags down on the center table. Mr. Mike. I'll let everyone know that dinner's here. Thank you both. I owe you one. Miss Piper. Oh, don't worry. Oh, trust me. This was all Cody. He's the one you should be thanking. Oh. Well, thank you, Cody. Yeah. No problem, sir. No problem, Mr. Mike. Mike. I'll get that company card back from you now. This music's fun. Again, let me know if the music's too loud. Okay. You have the company card? Miss Piper and Cody freeze. End it with like Cody cursing or something and censor it out. That'd be funny. Miss Piper and Cody freeze. They look at each other. Cody. Oh no, come back to me. Hello. Cody. Go ahead, Miss Piper. Give him the card. Miss Piper slowly pulls it out of her back pocket and hands it to Mr. Mike. He smiles and winks. Be back in a sec. Be back in a sec. How else do we end it? Cody could curse, but doesn't quite fit the vibe. Miss Piper could say something. Is there something that's said at the beginning? He walks away. Cody picks up a chicken tender and takes a bite. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's good. And then that's where it ends. He's like, he takes a bite and the food is actually incredible. What do we think? Make them run out? We're not going that ridiculous. Come on now. Trying to keep it sort of grounded. They know they're in trouble because that card is gonna tell them exactly what's going on. I think we have it. I'll just read this ending part here. Here, I'll read a little bit back. No, we need something else. There we go. Boom. Boom goes the dynamite. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. So they go, that looks good. We can just get them chicken tender meals. And we can get a discount for bulk orders. Let's go. Great. What's it called? Cody and Miss Piper walk up to the joint. It's a windowless building with music coming from the inside. The neon sign that reads Magic City Kitchen has the silhouette of a woman behind it. A security guard stands out front. Cody and Miss Piper look at the sign. They look at each other. This doesn't seem right. You just took us to a strip club. I what? Hey, you two coming in or what? Storm's pretty bad tonight. Miss Piper paces for a moment. She looks at Cody. I mean, the menu did look good. Miss Piper sighs. No excuses, right? Mr. Mike sits in a chair and watches the door. Miss Piper and Cody walk in with brown bags of food. Are you both okay? Need any help with that? We got it. All good here. They set the bags down on the center table. I'll let everyone know that dinner's here. Thank you both. I owe you one. Oh, trust me. This was all Cody. He's the one you should be thanking. Oh, well, thank you, Cody. Yeah, no problem, Mr. Mike. You have the company card? Miss Piper and Cody freeze. They look at each other. Go ahead, Miss Piper. Give him the card. Miss Piper slowly pulls it out of her back pocket and hands it to Mr. Mike. He smiles and winks. Be back in a sec. He walks away. Cody picks up a chicken tender and takes a bite. Oh my god, that's good. Music's a little loud. I'm sorry. Did it get fixed? It's hard for me to tell. And also, I've tried to like fix the music a couple times on stream, and then it's just like shut off the stream. Like, all right, prepare yourself. It might happen right now. Yeah, see, it's like crashing because I can't even like pull it up. And then the whole thing just crashes. So I'm just gonna relax, and I think we should consider this an absolute unqualified success. We just wrote a short film in a little over an hour. Little over an hour. Celebration. 1000%. Beautiful. I will submit that tomorrow. I will look at it again tomorrow and see what feels good with that. Awesome. Thank you guys for your help. Honestly, thank you to Edie for the suggestion to write a story based off of our own experience that actually ended up being perfect. And I think it really comes out great. Cool. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna shift gears a little bit, and if you've seen the title and thumbnail of this stream, we're finally gonna do what we actually set out to do, and that is rank TV show pilots. Because if you were here last stream, you saw that we've started brainstorming our pilot for what we want to do in terms of writing our own TV pilot, which is cool, which is exciting. And now, oh, my AirPods are sad, and excuse me, they need to be charged. Now what we're gonna do is we are gonna look at this tier list here, and we're gonna talk about what makes a good pilot episode, what really draws us in and keeps us there, and what things do we want to take and use for ourselves. What do we kind of want to not steal, but definitely 100% steal all for our own self. Where is it? Yes, here. Let me resize it a tad. Cool. And then we will head on over. But look at this, ladies and gents. We got a tier list. You did your homework. Nice. Just to be clear, that homework was for the next week. Like you have a week for that. So, but you know what? Hey, overachiever never hurt nobody. Okay. But yeah, at this point, we are going to be doing this tier list. So let's take a look at what we're going to be ranking here. Now, these are all shows I've seen. If you haven't seen these shows, fair warning, I might spoil like the pilot episode. I'm going to try not to spoil like the entire show. But we're going to go through these, and we're going to talk about the pilots and say, what do we want to put them in? And let's talk about our tiers here, because this is important. This is S tier, and it is basically, I'm hooked. I watched this episode, and I don't care what the other episodes are. I am watching this entire show now. That's how good the pilot episode is that it's got me hooked for the entire show. B tier or A tier is I'll watch the next one. Like, I'm not going to commit to the whole show right now. That would be kind of crazy. But, I'm going to watch the next one. I'm ready to go in for it. B tier, it was an interesting start. I might watch the next one. I might not, but I thought it had potential, you know, and I could see maybe where it was going. C tier is that was enough, you know. Maybe it was entertaining, but I don't need any more of this show. One and done was good enough for me. And then F tier, it was an absolute waste of time. I wish I hadn't watched this pilot episode. Just to be clear, we're ranking the pilot episode. We're not ranking the whole show. We're ranking the first episode of the show. So we got a bunch of shows here. Lost, The Mandalorian, Daredevil, Only Murders in the Building, The Office, Friends, The Chosen, and a whole bunch others that we're gonna cover here today. I believe that is correct. Yes. Okay, so let's start at the beginning. Lost. Who in this chat has seen Lost? I'm guessing not a lot of people. This, it's a little dated at this point. It was honestly one of the first shows to do a lot of things. It was the first real drama show where people were like, oh my gosh, what's gonna happen next week? That is the wrong vibe. That's the wrong vibe. I wish my music was being more cooperative with me today. You have not. That's okay. I won't spoil it. I promise. There we go. That's some nice music. Lost. So we have a little bit of a clip to show here. I won't show the whole thing because I don't own it. But this is the very opening to Lost. Okay, this is like the opening scene, the opening everything for it. Starts with the eye, and we'll kind of skim through. We'll skip around a bit. He's on the floor. You've only watched 2 pilots on the entire list? Well, prepare for us to dive deep then. Skip ahead a little bit. He's getting up. He's on the beach, escaping, and we realize, oh, it's a plane crash. And this is like the very opening scene of the show. This show starts full speed ahead. This opening scene, it feels like it goes on for like 10 minutes. You've only seen the pilot for Lost. Well, then that's good, because that's where we're gonna be. This show is a mystery show, and this episode goes full speed ahead. When I first saw it, I was like, I had just finished watching like another long show, and I was like, I don't think I'm ready for the commitment of like 6 seasons, and there's like over 20 episodes in each season. Like, that sounds like such a commitment. My dad showed me this pilot, and I kind of refused. I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna give in. I'm not gonna like dedicate myself to another show. I will tell you, I kept thinking about that pilot and kept thinking about how it started. How the pilot starts is they crash land, and how the pilot ends is they realize that a signal has been going out on the island for years and nobody has picked up. And now it's not just like we're crash landed, it's like, guys, where are we? We're also trying to feel out, like, does it give us a good sense of the characters? There's a lot of characters in this show. Right now, this Lost pilot is somewhere between these two. I think it's probably one of the best pilots that's out there. So I'm gonna put it on I'm hooked for now, because I am currently watching Lost, even though some time ago I said that I was not gonna do that commitment. That pilot stuck with me, and I think that's a sign of a good first episode, is that you gotta watch it, and gotta keep watching it. We'll find something interesting too here, where these are very like different shows, and so they're trying to do different things with their first episode. Some of these shows the first episode was their chance to show people like, we can do this and can you buy this show? Others, they already knew they were going to get the whole show, and so it's like, do you leave on a cliffhanger? Do you give more information? So that's kind of what we're going to go through here. Next up, The Mandalorian. This is also, Star Wars' first like live action show, as far as I am aware. Starts very brooding. He's kind of stone-faced walking in. Star Wars stuff, and then you have his entrance, of course. That music.
Ubahasa Miyokala.
So this episode, for a refresher or for a quick overview, gives an idea of who our main character is, the Mandalorian, and it gives an idea of him, and it gives us the mission of finding the child. And the first episode ends with us looking at him and baby Grogu. Like, they don't meet up until the very end of the first episode, which is interesting. I definitely feel like that gives it more of that cliffhanger feel. I definitely would say that like it's between these two for me, because this wasn't a show where I watched that first episode and it was like, I'm gonna watch the whole thing now. But I think I was definitely like, I'll watch the next one, because the whole appeal of the show was seeing Baby Yoda. And I barely got any Baby Yoda that first episode, and they knew that, and so they wanted to give that to me. So I feel confident about that. Let's bounce around here a little bit. Let's look at a show. Let's look at a comedy. Let's look at The Office, right? The Office is, your classic comfort show. It's definitely different. It's not trying to be a drama, that's for sure.
All right.
Yeah, season 1's good.
Jim, your quarterlies look very good.
The Office is a different type of show where
Through here.
it actually has a pilot where they're trying to like sell the show, and so maybe they're not taking as many risks. They're just trying to introduce the characters, and especially with like a comedy, the idea is that we kind of give you an idea of what our format is going to be, and then if it sticks to that format throughout the rest of the show, then it's pretty successful. And I mean, the format of like, awkward stuff happening and then coming off to this documentary other style camera, that stayed throughout the entire show. So that's pretty impressive. I will say that this first season of The Office is not one of the better ones. I don't think the first episode of The Office is one of the better ones, because they're kind of replicating what they did with the British Office, but just an American version. And so I'm between, again, these two on this, where it's like, it's an interesting start. But what does keep me saying I'll watch the next one for this is Jim and Pam's relationship, because they set up that there's like this will they, won't they, and then that's what's keeping you hooked, is like, you want the comedy, but you also want the will they, won't they vibes, Speaking of will they, won't they, we should also go ahead and rank Friends while we're at it. Again, this is a similar situation where it's like, I might put these both on interesting start, because they have that will they, won't they quality of like, either Rachel and Ross or Pam and Jim. But it's one of those things where they were just trying to get like bought, so I don't think it's got the like biggest punch, or they're not taking the biggest risks on those. So I'd definitely say that. Now, another comedy that I think is on the other side of the spectrum is Arrested Development. If you don't know, we'll take a look at a little clip here of Arrested Development. Let's see here. Where are you? Yes, you. Let's take a look.
This is Michael Bluth.
This is the very start of the show.
For 10 years, he's worked for his father's company, waiting to be made a partner. And right now, he's happy. This is Michael's mother.
Look what they've done, Michael.
She isn't happy.
Look what the homosexuals have done to me.
You can't just calm that out and reset it?
Also a very old show, might not get made today. They very quickly introduce a lot of all of the characters that you're going to see. They introduce, and within, this is a 2-minute clip. They give you an idea of who all the characters are. I like this. I love this show. It's such a smart comedy. They really it's definitely a thinker, and I think that's why when it originally was coming out, it wasn't the most popular, and it's become popular later. For a pilot, giving an idea of all the characters, and they give an idea of the story of this family that everyone hates, they're just a terrible family, but they're somehow trying to stick together. This is one of my favorite pilots. It's either I'm hooked or I'll watch the next one. I'm gonna put it here for now. But this is a great show, great pilot. And I think it's so great because it gives you so quickly an idea of all of the characters and all of their dynamics, and they feel real already, and you already hate some of them and love some of them. It does that very quickly. Also, why has Jason Bateman got such a weird haircut here? That's strange. But yeah, Arrested Development. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Let's just get some more comedies. Community. I'll also put in the interesting start. Again, it's not I'll watch the next one level. It's not quite bad enough for that was enough, but it's kind of middle of the road. The show gets better and better, and I think that happens with a lot of comedies. What happened with Arrested Development is I think they already knocked it out of the park with the first one, and you can already tell how the rest of that show is going to be based off of that first episode, and it keeps that tone and only makes it better, while the other ones are you like it because it's the nostalgic start, but it's not the best opening for it. Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I think it goes up here, because this also gives a better representation of who the characters are, and already sets the conflict of the whole show between Jake Peralta and the captain. And the end of the pilot really makes you want to keep watching it. I think it's a very successful pilot. Do I have any more comedies on here? I guess Only Murders in the Building. We can talk about that one. In fact, I'll show you the opening to Only Murders, because this one has a very strong opening. Let's bring it over here. Hello. Let's take a look.
Doors closed! Stay inside! Oh my god! 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 Help me, someone! Oh my god! You gotta get her! I'm not leaving her here! Oh, I would! Of course you would! Of course I would!
It's not what you think.
We'll have Manhattan.
2 months earlier. That's how it starts. That was 40 seconds right there, right? Action packed. And immediately you have questions. Who are these two old guys? Why are they running through the building? Why is their police coming in through the building. They're talking about her, who's her, and then you find her, it's Selena Gomez, but like, who's the body? Why is there a body? She said it's not what it looks like. Like, in the first 40 seconds, we have such an attachment and like what is gonna happen. That's really impressive, and that's something that, like, I don't know, I think that would make and does make like a really strong opening to any show or anything, is you catch your audience in the first page. Like, and a good way to do that is what they did is they like flashed to a scene that is later in the show. They brought that to the front to immediately be like, here you go, no context, give you 1,000 questions, and then go back and you're going through, but instead of opening with that, like, you know, the New York stuff, you open with the questions, and that sticks in your mind where you're like, there's still this unresolved thing that I want to keep watching for. So I think, I mean, as a pilot, like, I won't speak for like all the seasons, but as a pilot, this one's very much like, and like between here. I'll keep it here for now. I think it's a great opening. Like, as far as opening goes, this is really strong. Yeah, really enjoy that kind of feeling of like, all right, let's draw you in, give you 1,000 questions, and then not answer it for a long time, because then you're gonna stay drawn in. Also, I just realized that my text the whole time has said write a joke short, and nobody corrected me that we are no longer writing a joke short. We are doing a TV pilot tier list. Whoops-a-daisy. Yes. Okay, good stuff. Where do we want to go next? Is there anyone that you guys find appealing? Any that sort of tickle your fancy? We can go any direction here. Could do Ted Lasso. Lock In. I'm sorry, what? Phineas and Ferb. There we go. Agatha. Okay, let's do Phineas and Ferb. I can't play the intro to it because it immediately goes into the song we all love that is copyright. Phineas and Ferb. This is another similar to the comedies where it gives you a picture of the structure immediately. Like in some of these, like for dramas, the idea is draw you in with questions of the story. For really character-driven pieces, the idea is draw me in with your characters, like make me fall in love with your characters. But for some comedies, the idea is give me a good idea of your structure. Like, how are you going to, yes, 104 Days Summer. How are you going to operate the rest of the show? And this pilot basically goes the same way the rest of the show does, and then they just add to it. I think it's a super bingeable show, and I think I've watched the pilot for this, the roller coaster episode, like over and over again, because it's like it's just really compelling, and it's one of those comfort things where it's like, yeah, I'm gonna watch the next one, you know. I want to talk about these two down here, and by these two I mean Wanda and Agatha. Let me start with WandaVision. If you have seen it, or if you did see it when it first came out, This show was electric. Like, people, it was just coming out of COVID. People were dying to have some sort of like content in general, let alone Marvel content. Oh, hello. Whoops. People were dying to have some sort of content, and then this came out, and this is just going to be a few clips from it. Let me skip past the song. So you've got this like sitcom style something going on. This is like completely out of the ordinary for Marvel. Like, everyone was freaking out, and that immediately became the thing of like, what does this mean? What is it? What are these things? This is secret. As a pilot, again, I think what we're honing in on is for like a drama or something, a good pilot gives you a lot of questions that you want answered. This pilot gave you a bunch of questions that you want answered. I do not think WandaVision is an S tier show. However, I think it is an S tier pilot. I think the pilot was so strong and had so many people talking and wanting to know what happened next. That is an unqualified success. Like, that is so strong. I even put it above Arrested Development, because it's like, yes, I don't care what terrible things you do. I'm going to watch this whole show to know the answers. And you know what? I did. And even when it didn't get as good as the first episode, I still wanted to watch it because I was hooked. Great pilot, I'd say. But now we have to go to the friend. You know, we all have that friend. The attempt at a sequel series to WandaVision. And this sequel series is Agatha All Along. Agatha All Along. Also, I just realized that the music is not working. But if I try to give you the music back, I think it is going to crash. So we're just going to go with music from this. Oh, nope, that music's not working either. Guys, no. We had such a good thing going here. Why? Why did it do this to us? Is my computer freaking out? Maybe. But I don't know why it would be. Where's our music, guys? Guys, please. You can't hear my chicken jockeys. Guys, this is so sad. It's not working. We don't make mistakes, only happy accidents, but you can't hear it. Well, get prepared if this thing crashes. It's not my fault. Okay. Why does sound break stuff? I know, tech issues. Listen, I know I've done a stream before, but I'm like not even close to the professional that you guys have asked for. And it's a crying shame because you can't hear my funny awkward music, you know? Hallelujah for no chicken jockey. You're gonna regret that. You're gonna regret that because I'm gonna pause it and like come back and you're gonna be sorry. So give me 1 second. Wait. Maybe I just changed something. No, didn't work. All right, I'm coming back. This is so weird. Hello. What's up? Is it working? That's the question of the year. Okay, I am back. But the question is the music back? Yes. Guys, we are so loudness. Yes, I kind of apologize for that, and I kind of don't, because something tells me that you needed that in your day. Where was I? Oh yes, we were gonna talk about this attempted sequel. This stinker. I'm just gonna pull up a clip, and we're gonna talk about what's happening here. Hold on.
Well, he won't give his name, and he's not in the system.
First offense. You take anything from your place?
No, but not for lack of trying. I think it's time for a good old-fashioned chat with Edward Scissorhands in there.
Go get your perp.
So I'm curious. What compelled you to break into the home of a decorated detective?
When you say decorated, do you mean suspended without pay? Yeah, I know who you are.
Well, let's talk about you then, you little dirtbag.
Hold on, let me skip ahead a few seconds.
You should know. It's ink.
Well, yeah.
Asleep. In bed.
Asleep in bed. Total loser? Or totally lying?
Oh my gosh.
Let's find out.
Oh boy. Okay. Folks, you want to know, honestly, yes, great point. It's so slow for a pilot. I was literally just about to say, you know what I'm doing that whole time? Like, and that is in the middle of the episode, but I was just... And look, I like Catherine Hahn, but just, you know, it's like, I don't know, this has one place to go, and it was a waste of time. And multiple people, not just multiple, some of the highest produced, sorry, that's really loud. Not just multiple, some of the highest producing people, unlimited resources, made that. AI might as well have written that. What were they thinking? That is my question, and I don't have an answer. But that's where we are. Okay, where should we go next? Let's talk about Bridgerton. Any Bridgerton fans in the chat? Anyone who is privy to Bridgerton? Anyone? I hope you are, because pretty soon here we're about to get into our Sense and Sensibility, and I am very excited about that. Get out. I need to put that on my soundboard. I need to get a get out. Anybody? Bridgerton? No. Well, here's the cool thing about this. I have only seen the pilot of Bridgerton so far. And I know I keep putting on music and turning it off, but I do want to show you. This is the end scene of episode 1 of Bridgerton. Let's take a look.
We could pretend to form an attachment.
Can you hear that? Hold on, it's a little quiet.
tend to form an attachment. With you on my arm, the world will believe I have finally found my Duchess. Every presumptuous mother in town will leave me alone, and every suitor will be looking at you. You must know, men are always interested in a woman when they believe another, particularly a duke, to be interested as well.
You presume Lady Whistledown.
I presume Shorty must be precisely what we are. Me, unavailable. You, desirable. Stare into my eyes. Here. Closer.
Oh, you're getting close and personal.
If this is to work, you must appear madly in love.
It is an absurd plan.
I find it quite brilliant. Provided you do not wish to marry me, and I do not wish to marry you, whatever should you have to lose?
So, yeah. There you go. Whoa, there's a lot going on there. I've only seen this pilot. I have not seen the rest of the show. The concept of we're gonna get together and not actually love each other, but you know, to get our own way, we're gonna do this. Sorry, a little loud. It's to the level where breaking news, everyone, breaking news update. I dare say, without seeing the rest of this show, where did I put it? Where'd it go? I'm hooked, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm hooked. I haven't seen anything else yet, but I want to see the rest. And yeah, it's like it's just British Gossip Girl. It's British, you know, drama, and you know, it's cheesy and romantic so far. But gosh darn it, I want to watch the rest of it because of that ending of the pilot. Really effective. And again, it's because it's leaving a question in me, or it's like, what's gonna happen? Are they gonna, like, it's the will they, won't they, but it's like very dramatic and sue me. Let's see. Let's do some quick fire here. Let's do some rapid fire because I do want to get to our book. The Studio. I've only seen the first 2 episodes of this. This just came on Apple TV. It's an interesting start. I don't know if you'll like it if I've not seen The Crown or any Crown pilots. I don't know if it's gonna be great, and it intrigued me a little, but I also don't know if you'll like it if you're not in the film and TV world. So yeah, Poker Face, I would put this as I'll watch the next one. This is a mystery show, and it's pretty interesting. It's not like the best thing I've ever seen, but the pilot leaves you where it's like, what's gonna happen to her, because she's kind of on the run. Let's see. Chernobyl is a weird one because it's like a dramatic sort of thing. I'm almost like that was enough just because it's really hard to watch, and so after the pilot you might just be like, you know what, that's good for me. I can see where this is going. Psych, definitely gonna watch the next one. Now hold on, let me slow down here. I might put interesting start because this is, again, it falls in those comedy things where it's like, it's not hooking me, it's not leaving me with like a giant question, but it introduces the concept and that structure really well, really quickly. So yeah, put it there. Let's see, Pixar's Win or Lose. I'm between these two, not because the whole show is a waste of time, but just that pilot is one of the weirdest episodes of television I've ever seen. Psych is really good. The pilot of Win or Lose is one of the weirdest episodes of like animated TV I've ever seen, and it's like it kind of gives a vibe of what the show is, but man, is it so weird that I almost just like didn't want to watch anymore because of how weird it was. Shrinking. Oh, here, let me do Ted Lasso first. Let me talk about Ted Lasso for a second, because that is an interesting one. I thought I had a clip of that. I don't. Ted Lasso is a pilot that and is a show that is about the that's about the characters. It really is about the characters, and you care how Ted Lasso starts. Is it starts not with Ted in America, but it starts with the manager of the team, Rebecca, and starts when she takes ownership of the team, and you're immediately introduced to the conflict of I'm gonna burn this team to the ground. That's what she says in the very first scene. Rupert loved this team, so I'm gonna burn it to the ground. And you set up the conflict of, oh, so they're not bringing in this American football guy because he's some prodigy. They're bringing him in because they think he's gonna fail. That setup for failure, that setup of they expect him to fail, immediately makes you want to see him succeed. And when he does succeed over and over again, it's amazing. And then the ending, you got the beginning part that gives you the question, and then you have the ending of this where you're like, oh, Ted Lasso, he's this funny guy, he's this fun character. The ending, he's calling his wife, and you learn more about what's going on back home, that they are like not doing well, and so he's gone across the country and he has a son that he's apart from. So not only did you give me a question and a care for this character at the beginning of the show, then you doubled that at the end of the show by making me feel bad for him and wanting to know why someone would be against him at all. So I'm hooked on Ted Lasso. That is a certified banger. I know I need to watch Residence, and since you've mentioned The Chosen, let's talk about The Chosen. Let's talk about The Chosen's pilot. Remember, we're reviewing the pilot. What happens in the pilot of The Chosen? This is like the full full show here. You can see like all the episodes on YouTube for free. This is the end of the first episode, and this is the first time you actually get to see Jesus in the show.
Who are you? How do you know my name?
Thus says the Lord who created you, and he who formed you.
So a beautiful ending, and then it bookends the beginning, because the beginning is Mary as a child. So that first episode is a nice, really tight like character arc already for Mary Magdalene, while building up the reveal of Jesus, of this, the chosen, and the chosen's about who he chooses as well. But I would put this pilot on I'll watch the next one, because it kind of does the similar thing to that Mandalorian thing, where it's like the character I really wanted to see only came in at the end, so I want to watch the next one. But yeah, it's a great start, absolutely. Yeah, good stuff. We've only got a few more here. Who wants to talk about My Little Pony? Anybody want to talk about My Little Pony? I think this is another structure one where it does a really good job with the structure. I'd probably put it a little higher than Phineas and Ferb. I maybe even put it like up here, because it does those characters really well, and gets those character feelings in really quickly, sets up a world really well, fast, and then it ends on a cliffhanger of like the the evil Nightmare Moon coming in towards the end there. There's a few shows here. Oh, I was gonna talk about Shrinking after Ted Lasso. This is like if Ted Lasso, this show is like if Ted Lasso was 1,000 times sadder, and it also wasn't really that funny. Is, you know, it's kind of a way to put it. Honestly, the way this episode begins is pretty sad, and then it ends like sad and hopeful, but there's not really like a real cliffhanger. So it's kind of like in between this of like, that was enough. And I probably wouldn't say waste of time just because of like Harrison Ford being in it. But you know, it didn't really leave me with any of those questions or those what's, you know, I care about these characters. It just kind of left me feeling sad. So, and which is crazy because it's the same creators of Ted Lasso who did this. So it just goes to show that no matter, like, you might strike gold once doesn't mean you're going to do it every single time. Okay, we're down to a final few shows here. Let's talk about Daredevil. Daredevil is, and I'm talking the original Netflix one. It's a very dark show. This is the opening of it. Hold on, I actually have to show you, don't I? I mean, I don't have to show you anything, but I'll choose to show you.
Maddie, get out of my way! Get out of my way!
Don't move. Help is coming, kid.
Maddie, don't move, okay? No.
Warning, if you don't like stuff with like eye stuff, there's some eye stuff here.
Somebody get us some help! Maddie, it's gonna be all right. Just don't move, okay?
Your boy, he pushed me out of the way. He saved my life.
Oh, it burns.
Jesus. Close your eyes. Maddie. Close your eyes.
Dad.
Close your eyes.
I can't see.
Boom. What does that first minute and a half do for us? What does that first minute and a half give us? It gives us a flashback, first of all. So a common theme is that we either get a flash forward or a flashback that immediately puts us in action, even if it's not the action that's happening in the story. It's a flashback of our main character. It gives an origin of what the whole show is about, which is his blindness. And you have the character moment where apparently he pushed an old man out of the way to save his life. So already in this like dark superhero show, you have the tone, which is dark and scary. You have the character build, which is he's a young boy who he's a boy who likes to save people and puts others' lives ahead of his own. And you establish this is how he went blind, and this gives a character motivation here. With that being said, I'm trying to remember how that first episode ends. I think it ends just kind of him looking over the city. And this is going to be another I'll watch the next one, because it's like, it's really effective and it draws you in immediately. Yes. A few more rapid fire here. Squid Game. I would say it's an interesting start, and other people are going to disagree with me because really, yeah, it does well. Really, a lot of people love this show and it hooked them immediately. I wasn't hooked, and I'm sorry, that's just my take. I don't really have a good explanation for it. It's more so on this end of the spectrum, but yeah, that one just didn't hook me for some reason. But I think it also does a lot of good things, like really quickly, character-wise and concept-wise for the whole show. Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist. It's gonna be an I'll watch the next one pilot, because it immediately sets up the romantic relationship that you want to see come full circle, and it sets up the concept of the show really well, which is that she can hear other people's thoughts in songs. But yeah, 4 more shows here. Stranger Things. How does Stranger Things open? Stranger Things opens with Will Byers being taken up. Immediate question. This kid that I care about, or that they've made me care about, immediately gone. And now this whole first season and this whole show is going to revolve around what's happening to Will. Where is he? And then you're immediately setting up, there's this monster. We're in the 80s. And the episode ends with a great cliffhanger of the boys finding 11. And then you want to know what happens next. This is one of the best cliffhanger shows, in my opinion, that keeps you going. This is shooting straight to the top of S tier. Of I am hooked, and I care about these characters, and I don't even know why. But it is so strong already, and I have to know how they find their friend. Breaking Bad, strong pilot. Definitely I'll watch the next one. I wouldn't quite go to I'm hooked just as a pilot because yeah, that's good. It is such a good show. We'll talk more about it later, but Breaking Bad, I think the pilot is not the strongest episode, but it immediately gets you wondering like what's going to happen next. But I've seen a lot of people start this show and not get further because it gets really good in the later seasons. Still a strong pilot, still going to watch the next one. But yeah. No, Stranger Things is a great show. Okay, let's talk about these two right here, right? Let's talk about The Last of Us. I've never played The Last of Us. I have only watched the pilot, which gives you an indication of where my rating's going to go. I've talked with friends who have played the game. It's very faithful to the game, and that's what everyone has said about the show, is that, you know, they do a great job replicating the game. In the end of the day, it's still not the game. And where did I leave at the end of it? I left, it's an interesting start. Like, I thought it was interesting and compelling, and I want, you know, I might see more, but I'm not guaranteed going to watch the next one. And I don't know why. It has a really strong, like, intro, but I feel like if you're not a fan of the game, you're not immediately going to be drawn to this show, you know? You know what I mean? And then finally, Severance. It was so hard. I wanted to find a clip of this, but maybe I can just show you an image. Severance opening episode. Images. Yes, this image right here. This is the opening image of the whole show. Let's not even talk about a first minute. Let's talk about a first frame, right? In the first frame, there are 100 questions. And that's in one frame. And the further you go into this show, so many more questions follow. So many more. And this already sets the tone of the show. The first episode is, you know, it's intriguing. It's giving you the new concept. It's giving you all these questions, all these characters. It's dark. Here's what I will say, though. I have had this conversation with a couple people of how they've tried to get into Severance and they haven't been able to get past it. They've seen the first episode or first 2 episodes and they're like, it's not for me. I do think that as strong as this show is and as strong as this show gets, the episode for me, the show is like, I'm hooked. But I might have to put it at the top of I'll watch the next one, just because of the fact that it does start slow. It's a slow start. It's a cool concept. And if you're like into that immediately, great. it starts slow, and a lot of people don't get hooked on this one, and I can see their point. And especially like having seen all of the show now, going back to the first episode of the season, I'm like, man, I can't wait for this show to like pick up and get its legs, you know. So I'm gonna have to, I'm forcing myself to do this at this level. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the full tier list of show pilots that I have seen. I'll leave a link to this at the end of the stream. You know, if you want to put in the shows that you've seen and do your own fun tier list. But this is my absolute ranking. How do we feel about it? Do we feel like the list is made? Do we feel strong about it? I think more importantly is, what do we learn from these pilots? What can we learn from our I'm hooked S tier pilots? Especially in the sense that we're trying to make like a drama comedy or some kind of drama thing. We've got a wide range of things here. I think what we can pull away from this is, in our strongest things, we want to give a lot of questions and a lot of unfinished sentences quickly. And I'm not just talking first episode, I'm talking first minute, first frame, first page. We immediately want to get a sense of what is happening. And then you want to lean into more of that, you know, the more your show is like that, the more your show is like a mystery show. But even with like a show like Ted Lasso or Bridgerton, where it's about the relationships, you still want to know what is happening, what's going to happen. I have to keep watching. So definitely leave a question and definitely establish strong characters quickly. Yes, start with questions and introduce characters, not just in a way of like, here's who everyone is, but in a way where you can immediately connect with them and like connect with their motivation. I think that's really important, is getting motivations and already setting up a goal for the whole show. What's the goal for the whole first season of Stranger Things? Find Will. What's the goal for Lost? Get off this island. The goal for WandaVision? Figure out what on earth is happening. What's the goal for Ted Lasso? Well, there's multiple goals for multiple people. The goal for Ted and the team is to win. The goal for a long time for Miss Rebecca here is to see the team fail and to sabotage him. What's the goal for Arrested Development? It's one of those, you know, comedies, so it fits more into the structure thing, but there's still a goal of, you know, find a way to keep this family together. And then what's the goal of Bridgerton? I don't even know where this is going to go, but I feel like the goal of Bridgerton is to trick everyone into thinking these two are in love, while, you know, maybe they secretly maybe fall in love together. So that's the tier list. Beautiful, wonderful, excellent. Woo! How are we feeling at the end of all that? Feeling good? We've been going for a minute now. Strangely, this stream has had more technical difficulties than the first stream, and I don't know why. But you know what time it is. It's time for us to enjoy some light music and to end off our stream today with a little sense and sensibility. I will say, if you are still here, the plan right now is to stream again on Thursday. Reading time, baby, book reaction. Never read this. The plan right now is to stream again on Thursday, and we are going to do some throwback Thursday stuff, watch and read some old things. We're going to keep working on our TV show. We're going to decide on Thursday which of our ideas we are going to actually pursue and go for the TV show, for our first attempt at a pilot. And then we're going to go from there. So that's the plan. We'll be back here at 3:30. But for now, I am going to, for the next 30 minutes or so, drop my mic. No, I am going to start reading Sense and Sensibility, and we're just going to have a good time if we're ready. Cross his fingers. Yes. One more sip of water. Hydrate or dihydrate. Sense and Sensibility. By Jane Austen. What time is it? Awesome. I'll read the little synopsis of who Jane is. Let's see. Jane Austen was born on December 16th, 1775 in the village of Steventon, Hampshire, where her father was rector. She was the 7th child in a boisterous family of 6 boys and 2 girls. Reading and play acting were favorite family pastimes, and Austen began writing as a young girl. Her juvenilia, written between 1787 and 1795, survive in 3 notebooks and include Lady Susan, a short novel and letters. In 1796, she completed another epistolary novel called Eleanor and Marianne, later revised to become Sense and Sensibility. In 1797, she finished the first version of Pride and Prejudice, called First Impressions. Northanger Abbey, the last of the early novels, was written in 1798 or 1799 as Susan. Until 1801, when her father retired and the family moved to Bath, Austen enjoyed a comfortable life, mixing in the best society in the neighborhood, keeping a carriage and a pair of horses, and attending dances at the stately homes of the local gentry. Neither she nor her sister Cassandra married, but the reasons for this remain conjectural, as Cassandra burned or censored Austen's surviving letters after her death. Dang. The 8 years following the move from her only writing from this period. The 8 years following the move from Steventon were evidently unsettled and unhappy ones. The Watsons in 1809, when settled again in her beloved Hampshire until her final illness in 1817. She lived a productive life in a pleasant cottage in Chawton, provided by her wealthy brother Edward. In 1811, Sense and Sensibility was published anonymously. The title page stated only that it was by a lady. Immediately successful, this first novel was followed by Pride and Prejudice in 1813 and Mansfield Park in 1814. Emma, written between 1814 and 1815, was respectfully dedicated at royal command to George IV. In 1816, Susan into Northanger Abbey. Her last work, Sanditon, was left unfinished at her death on July 18, 1817. Austen's identity as an author was announced to the world posthumously by her favorite brother, Henry, who supervised the publication of Northanger Abbey and Persuasion in 1818. Okay, so Sense and Sensibility, this is her first published novel that she ever did, and this book is only 40 something years old, but the story is over 200 years old, which is crazy to think about, but we're gonna dive in here. Let's get some we need some sort of chill music, not that. No. Cool. Well, let's do it. Chapter 1. The family of Dashwood had long since settled in Sussex. Their estate was large, and their residence, Their estate was large, and their residence was at Norland Park, in the center of their property, where for many generations they had lived in so respectable a manner as to engage the general good opinion of their surrounding acquaintance. The late owner of this estate was a single man who lived to a very advanced age, and who for many years of his life had a constant companion and housekeeper in his sister. But her death, which happened 10 years before his own, produced a great alteration in his home. For to supply her loss, he invited and received into his house the family of his nephew, Mr. Henry Dashwood, the legal inheritor of the Norland estate, and the person to whom he intended to bequeath it. In the society of his nephew and niece and their children, the old gentleman's days were comfortably spent. his attachment to them all increased. The constant attention of Mr. and Mrs. Henry Dashwood to his wishes, which proceeded not merely from interest but from goodness of heart, gave him every degree of solid comfort which his age could receive, and the cheerfulness of the children added a relish to his existence. By a former marriage, Mr. Henry Dashwood had one son, by his present lady 3 daughters. The son, a steady, respectable young man, was amply provided for by the fortune of his mother, which had been large, and half of which devolved on him on his coming age. By his own marriage, likewise, which happened soon afterwards, he added to his wealth. To him, therefore, the succession to the Norland estate was not so really important as to his sisters, for their fortune, independent of what might arise to them from their fathers inheriting that property, could be but small. Their mother had nothing, and their father only £7,000 in his own disposal. For the remaining moiety of his first wife's fortune was also secured to her child, and he had only a life interest in it. The old gentleman died, his will was read, and like almost every other will gave as much disappointment as pleasure. He was neither so unjust nor so ungrateful as to leave his estate from his nephew, but he left it to him on such terms as destroyed half the value of the bequest. Mr. Dashwood had wished for it more for the sake of his wife and daughters than for himself or his son, but to his son and his son's son, a child of 4 years old, it was secured in such a way as to leave to himself no power of providing for those who were most dear to him, and who most needed a provision by any charge on the estate or by any sale of its valuable woods. The whole was tied up for the benefit of this child, who, in occasional visits with his father and mother at Norland, had so far gained on the affections of his uncle, by such attractions as are by no means unusual in children of 2 or 3 years old, an imperfect articulation, an earnest desire of having his own way, many cunning tricks, and a great deal of noise, as to outweigh all the value of all the attention which, for years, he had received from his niece and her daughters. He meant not to be unkind, however, and as a mark of his affection for the 3 girls, he left them £1,000 apiece. Mr. Dashwood's disappointment was at first severe, but his temper was cheerful and sanguine, and he might reasonably hope to live many years, and by living economically lay by a considerable sum from the produce of an estate already large and capable of almost immediate improvement. But the fortune, which had been so tardy in coming, was his only one 12th. He survived his uncle no longer, and £10,000, including the late legacies, was all that remained for his widow and daughters. His son was sent for as soon as his daughters was known, or as soon as his danger was known, and to him Mr. Dashwood recommended, with all the strength and urgency which illness could command, the interest of his mother-in-law and sisters. So, translation, so far, the father died and left pretty much everything to the son because he had to, but the son is trying to figure out how to get this inheritance, and the daughters are kind of left out of luck, I think. Mr. John Dashwood had not the strong feelings of the rest of the family, but he was affected by a recommendation of such a nature at such a time, and he promised to do everything in his power to make them comfortable. His father was rendered easy by such an assurance, and Mr. John Dashwood had then leisure to consider how much there might prudently be in his power to do for them. He was not an ill-disposed young man, unless to be rather cold-hearted, and rather selfish to be ill-disposed, but he was, in general, well respected, for he conducted himself with propriety in the discharge of his ordinary duties. Had he married a more amiable woman, he might have been made still more respectable than he was. but might even have been made amiable himself, for he was very young when he married and very fond of his wife. But Mrs. John Dashwood was a strong caricature of himself, more narrow-minded and selfish. When he gave his promise to his father, he meditated within himself to increase the fortunes of his sisters by the present of £1,000 apiece. He then really thought himself equal to it. The prospect of £4,000 a year, in addition to his present income, besides the remaining half of his own mother's fortune, warmed his heart and made him feel capable of generosity. Yes, he would give them £3,000. It would be liberal and handsome. It would be enough to make them completely easy. £3,000. He could spare so considerable a sum with little inconvenience. He thought of it all day long and for many days successively, and he did not repent. No sooner was his father's funeral over than Mrs. John Dashwood, without sending any notice of her intentions to her mother-in-law, arrived with her child and their attendants. No one could dispute her right to come. The house was her husband's from the moment of his father's decease, but the indelicacy of her conduct was so much the greater, and to a woman in Mrs. Dashwood's situation, with only common feelings, must have been highly unpleasing. But in her mind there was a sense of honor so keen, a generosity so romantic, that any offense of the kind, by whomsoever given or received, was to her a source of immovable disgust. Mrs. John Dashwood had never been a favorite with any of her husband's family, but she had no opportunity till the present of showing them with how little attention to the comfort of other people she could act when occasion required it. So acutely did Mrs. Dashwood feel this ungracious behavior, and so earnestly did she despise her daughter-in-law for it that on the arrival of the latter she would have quitted the house forever, had not the entreaty of her eldest girl induced her first to reflect on the propriety of going, and her own tender love for all her 3 children determined her afterwards to stay, and for their sakes avoid a breach with their brother. Eleanor, this eldest daughter, whose advice was so effectual, possessed a strength of understanding and coolness of judgment which qualified her, though only 19, to be the counselor of her mother, and enabled her frequently to counteract, to the advantage of them all, that eagerness of the mind in Mrs. Dashwood which must generally have led to the imprudence. She had an excellent heart, her disposition was affectionate, and her feelings were strong, but she knew how to govern them. It was a knowledge which her mother had yet to learn, and which one of her sisters had resolved never to be taught. Marianne's abilities were in many respects quite equal to Eleanor's. She was sensible and clever, but eager in everything. Her sorrows, her joys, could have no moderation. She was generous, amiable, interesting. She was everything but prudent. The resemblance between her and her mother was strikingly great. Eleanor saw with concern the excess of her sister's sensibility, but by Mrs. Dashwood it was valued and cherished. They encouraged each other now in the violence of their affliction. The agony of grief which overpowered them at first was voluntarily renewed, was sought for, was created again and again. They gave themselves up wholly to their sorrow, seeking increase of wretchedness in every reflection that could afford it, and resolved against ever admitting consolation in the future. Eleanor, too, was deeply afflicted, but still she could struggle, she could exert herself, she could consult with her brother, could receive her sister-in-law on her arrival, and treat her with proper attention, and could strive to rouse her mother to similar exertion and encourage her to similar forbearance. Margaret, the other sister, was good-humored, well-disposed girl, but as she had already imbibed a good deal of Marianne's romance without having much of her sense, she did not at 13 bid fair to equal her sisters at a more advanced period of life. End of chapter 1. Whew. Okay, so just to make sure we're tracking here, we're introduced to this family. The father has died. We're left with the mother, 3 daughters, a son, and the son's wife and child. Eleanor is the oldest daughter. She's 19, and she seems to be kind of the head on the shoulders of the family. And she, you know, does that older sibling thing where she looks at her younger sisters and she just kind of like rolls her eyes because they don't have as much sense as Eleanor does, if I'm using those correctly. Sense versus sensibility. And then you have Marianne, who is kind of like, they're like on equal playing fields, but they're like 2 sides of the same coin. And she gives more into her emotions. She's more of a free spirit, it seems like. And then you have Margaret, the other sister, who seems too young to be like a main like player so far in their family dynamic. And then is Peggy literally short for Margaret? Because I was getting Hamilton vibes of, you know, Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy, and like she's just kind of added on to the end there. Cool, very good start. Let's go ahead, let's get into chapter 2. Onward we go. Mrs. John Dashwood now installed herself mistress of Norland, and her mother and sisters-in-law were degraded to the condition of visitors. As such, however, they were treated by her with quiet civility, and by her husband with as much kindness as he could feel towards anybody beyond himself, his wife, and their child. He really pressed them with some earnestness to consider Norland as their home, and as no plan appeared so eligible to Mrs. Dashwood as remaining there till she could accommodate herself with a house in the neighborhood, his invitation was accepted. A continuance in a place where everything reminded her of former delight was exactly what suited her mind. In seasons of cheerfulness, no temper could be more cheerful than hers, or possess in a greater degree that sanguine expectation of happiness which is happiness itself. But in sorrow she must be equally carried away by her fancy, and as far beyond consolation as in pleasure she was beyond alloy. Mrs. John Dashwood did not at all approve of what her husband intended to do for his sisters. To take £3,000 from the fortune of their dear little boy would be impoverishing him to the most dreadful degree. She begged him to think again on the subject. How could he answer it to himself to rob his child, and his only child too, of so large a sum? And what possible claim could the Miss Dashwoods, who were related to him only by half-blood, which she considered as no relationship at all, have on his generosity to so large an amount? It was very well known that no affection was ever supposed to exist between the children of any man by different marriages. And why was he to ruin himself and their poor little Harry by giving away all his money to his half-sisters? "It was my father's last request to me," replied her husband, "that I should assist his widow and daughters." "He did not know what he was talking of, I dare say. 10 to 1, but he was light-headed at the time. Had he been in his right senses, he could not have thought of such a thing as begging you to give away half your fortune from your own child." "He did not stipulate for any particular sum, my dear Fanny. He only requested me in general terms to assist them and to make their situation more comfortable than it was in his power to do. Perhaps it would have been as well if he had left it wholly to myself. He could hardly suppose I should neglect them, but as he required the promise, I could not do less than give it. At least I thought so at the time. The promise, therefore, was given and must be performed. Something must be done for them whenever they leave Norland and settle in a new home." "Well then, let something be done for them, but that something need not be £3,000. Consider, she added, that when the money is once parted with, it never can return. Your sisters will marry, and it will be gone forever, if indeed it could ever be restored to our poor little boy. Why, to be sure, and her husband said very gravely, that would make a great difference. The time may come when Harry will regret that so large a sum was parted with. If he should have a numerous family, for instance, it would be a very convenient addition. To be sure it would. Perhaps, then, if it would be better for all parties if the sum were diminished one half, £500 would be a prodigious increase to their fortunes. Oh, beyond anything great! What brother on earth would do half so much for his sisters, even if really his sisters? And as it is, only half-blood. But you have such a generous spirit. I would not wish to do anything mean, he replied. One had rather on such occasions do too much than too little. No one, at least, can think I have not done enough for them. Even themselves, they can hardly expect more. There is no knowing what they may expect, said the lady, but we are not to think of their expectations. The question is, what can you afford to do? Certainly. And I think I may afford them to give £500 apiece. As it is, without any addition of mine, they will each have above £3,000 on their mother's death, a very comfortable fortune for any young woman. To be sure it is, and indeed it strikes me that they can want no addition at all. They will have £10,000 divided amongst them. If they marry, they will be sure of doing well, and if they do not, they may all live very comfortably together on the interest of £10,000. That is very true, and therefore I do not know whether, upon the whole, it would not be more advisable to do something for their mother while she lives, rather than for them, something of the annuity kind, I mean. My sisters would feel the good effects of it as well as herself. 100 a year would make them all perfectly comfortable. His wife hesitated a little, however, in giving her consent to his plan. To be sure, said she, it is better than parting with £1,500 at once. But then, if Mrs. Dashwood should live 15 years, we shall be completely taken in. 15 years? My dear Fanny, her life cannot be worth half that purchase. Certainly not, but if you observe, people always live forever when there is any annuity to be paid them, and she is very stout and healthy, and hardly 40. An annuity is a very serious business, and it comes over and over every year, and there is no getting rid of it. You are not aware of what you are doing. I have known a great deal of the trouble of annuities, for my mother was clogged with the payment of 3 to old superannuated servants by my father's will, and it is amazing how disagreeable she found it. Twice every year these annuities were to be paid, and then there was the trouble of getting it to them, and then one of them was said to have died, and afterwards it turned out to be no such thing. My mother was quite sick of it. Her income was not her own, she said, with such perpetual claims on it, and it was the more unkind in my father, because otherwise the money would have been entirely at my mother's disposal without any restriction whatsoever. It has given me such an abhorrence of annuities that I am sure I would not pin myself down to the payment of one for all the world. It is certainly an unpleasant thing, replied Mr. Dashwood, to have those kind of yearly drains on one's income. One's fortune, as your mother justly says, is not one's own. To be tied down to the regular payment of such a sum on every rent day is by no means desirable. It takes away one's independence. Undoubtedly. And after all, you have no thanks for it. They think themselves secure, you do no more than what is expected, and it raises no gratitude at all. If I were you, whatever I did should be done at my own discretion entirely. I would not bind myself to allow them anything yearly. It may be very inconvenient some years to spare 100 or even £50 from our own expenses. I believe you are right, my love. It will be better that there should be no annuity in the case. Whatever I may give them occasionally will be of far greater assistance than a yearly allowance. because they would only enlarge their style of living if they felt sure of a larger income and would not be sixpence the richer for it at the end of the year. It will certainly be much the best way. A present of £50 now and then will prevent their ever being distressed for money, and will, I think, be amply discharging my promise to my father. To be sure it will. Indeed, to say the truth, I am convinced within myself that your father had no idea of your giving them any money at all. The assistance he thought of, I dare say, was only such as might be reasonably expected of you. For instance, such as looking out for a comfortable small house for them, helping them to move their things, and sending them presents of fish and game, and so forth whenever they are in season. I'll lay my life that he meant nothing further. Indeed, it would be very strange and unreasonable if he did. But do consider, my dear Mr. Dashwood, how excessively comfortable your mother-in-law and her daughters may live on the interest of £7,000, besides the £1,000 belonging to each of the girls, which brings them in £50 apiece, a year apiece. And of course they will pay their mother for their board out of it. Altogether, they will have £500 a year amongst them, and what on earth can 4 women want for more than that? They will live so cheap. Their housekeeping will be nothing at all. They will have no carriage, no horses, and hardly any servants. They will keep no company, and can have no expenses of £100 a year. Of any kind. Only conceive how comfortable they will be. £500 a year. I am sure I cannot imagine how they will spend half of it. And as to giving them more, it is quite absurd to think of it. They will be much more able to give you something. Upon my word, said Mr. Dashwood, I believe you are perfectly right. My father certainly could mean nothing more by his request to me than what you say. I clearly understand it now, and I will strictly fulfill my engagement by such acts of assistance and kindness to them as you have described. When my mother removes into another house by my services, shall he be readily given to accommodate her as far as I can. Some little present of furniture, too, may be acceptable then. Certainly, returned Mrs. John Dashwood. But however, one thing must be considered. When your father and mother moved to Norland, though the furniture of Stanhill was sold, all the china, plate, and linen was saved, and is now left to your mother, her house will therefore be almost completely fitted up as soon as she takes it. That is a material consideration, undoubtedly. A valuable legacy indeed, and yet some of the plate would have been a very pleasant addition to our own stock here. Yes, and the set of breakfast china is twice as handsome as what belongs to this house. A great deal too handsome, in my opinion, for any place they can ever afford to live in. But however, so it is. Your father thought only of them. And I must say this, that you owe no particular gratitude to him, nor attention to his wishes, for we very well know that if he could, he would have left almost everything in the world to them. This argument was irresistible. It gave to his intentions whatever of decision was wanting before, and he finally resolved that it would be absolutely unnecessary, if not highly indecorous, to do more for the widow and children of his father than such kind of neighborly acts as his own wife pointed out. End of chapter 2. Okay, I was a little worried in chapter 1 about all of this British language, but as soon as we got into the dialogue, I was in. And it seems that the son, I think his name is John, I could be wrong, but the son was considering giving a part of his portion to his sisters because his father had asked him to do so, and his wife did not think that was a good idea because that's, the money that she's inheriting too. And she kind of convinced him completely the other way. Like, even though he sees them as sisters and he loves them enough or cares about them enough to be like, I'm going to give you your fair share. I'm going to give you, I'm going to give to you like you were my real sisters and not just my half sisters. His wife kind of bogged him down and was like, think of our son. Think of how, think of how much this is going to hurt us in the future. Yeah, wife's definitely thinking, only our family. They're not even part of our family. Let's get as much as we can out of this inheritance. Very interesting. Excited to see where that goes. And that is the end of our stream today. Thank you for watching. Tune in again on Thursday, 3:30, and we will dive in more. I will see you next time. Bye. God bless. Goodbye.